Oh, I know I wanted. You were having problems with Shazwan, Shazras yesterday. Shazras, yes. Malaysia welcomes you to day 2, round 2 of the Asian Road Racing Championship. We're at the famous Sepang International Circuit, just to the south of the capital city, Kuala Lumpur. It's round 2 of 5 that we'll be having. We'll be giving you more news later on about the series later on today. But for now, we've got 5 races coming your way. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell. And first on our agenda, Barry, will be the TVS 1 make, which made its debut for us yesterday. Conditions a little bit hotter than yesterday, 33 degrees. In fact, it's stiflingly hot outside. How will that affect the young riders in the TVS 1 make category?
The TVS riders have been managing these bikes better. They are single-engined 310cc motors that they've got in these bikes, and that means they're very high compression, and they've been locking up under hard braking and down changing. The riders, I was talking to the project leader, the riders have got used to that now, so I think they'll be okay in these conditions. A lot of them are from hot countries. We've got several riders from India, of course a couple from Malaysia and Thailand. I don't see that being too much of a problem. The team leader I was referring to, of course, is Warapong Malahuan. He's been working hard. He won yesterday's race, but he was made to work really hard for it by Deki Tiano Aldi, the Indonesian rider. And I found out walking around the pit lane about an hour ago that he actually had a crash, so he's been really pushing it. Warapong, he had a crash on, let's just take a look at the circuit.
They're going around the full circuit. It's 15 corners. We've got the 2 long straights, and you've got the world famous hairpin right at the very end, just around this corner. And very often that hairpin can decide how a race is decided. Yesterday, though, we had Warapong Malahuan, who's on pole position, bottom right of your screen, or immediate right of your screen, taking the victory. As you say, he's the project leader, but young Deki Tiano, he went with him all the way. Deki, bike number 16, is alongside him on the grid, second fastest in qualification. Deki was mighty impressive without ever looking as though he'd get the victory.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He maybe deferred to Warapong in the end, but he ran him really close, and there was a terrific battle between 4 bikes behind him that was won by the young Australian, the 15-year-old Varis Felix Fleming.
Okay, let's have a look at the starting grid. You've got Warapong Malahuan, all TVS Apache R310s. He's on pole position alongside Dekiano Aldi. Wacharin is in P3.
And in P4, Jagan Kumar, the veteran Indian rider, and alongside him, Natapon Haimun and Agun Septian.
Moving on to the 3rd row of the grid, and KY Ahmad, the second of the Indian racers today. Varis Fleming is a teenager, as is Jim Jacobs, and both have got parental support here at Sepang. They're doing all the running for the team riders. And
on row 4, we've got Kuan Chang, the first of the Filipino riders. Next to him is Hayato Kobayashi, and in 12th place, Arshad Rushdie.
Arshad is from Singapore. On P13, Harith Farhan, who is homegrown from Malaysia. Deepak Ravi Kumar, who did not finish in yesterday's race, will be hoping to go one better today. And Fitri Ashraf, the second of the Malaysians, alongside him on row 5.
And backing it all up is Japanese Miyu Nakahara. No stranger to the ARRC. A little bit of a quiet race for her so far.
In qualification, Warapong was 2:28.437, so under 2:30. The top, where are we? The top 5 racers were all under 2:30 in qualification. Conditions, though, weren't as hot, but then again, the heat in qualification doesn't really make that much of a difference. What are you expecting today? Faster paces today?
Perhaps a little faster, because the riders are getting used to the circuit. I'm also expecting some of the riders who didn't feature so much yesterday, like Wacharin, who had a problem earlier in the race, and also Natapon. They were very quick in this morning's warm-up session, so I'm expecting them to come through. Deki Tiano, after that fantastic start yesterday, he's going to perform well, and no doubt Varis Felix Fleming will be boosted by his result yesterday. He won a hard-fought race for third.
Cracking P3 for Varis. All the riders are on identical machines. In fact, they do a ballot before each round to actually tell you which machine they are on. So there's no real opportunities for engineers just to tweak a little bit extra out of the machines. And so this is very much about rider potential and rider capability and getting to learn how to ride this bike, because it's new for the racetrack from the TVS team.
Yes, it is. They've been doing, of course, a lot of work in India to bring riders through the One Make series now, and now they've taken this big step onto the international stage by becoming part of the Asia Road Racing Championship. We're looking at Warapong, the number 7, heading for his pole position.
KY Ahmad is the man just behind him on bike number 8. They're in identical bikes, identical liveries. It makes things a little bit awkward sometimes. We'll do our best just to guide you through the numbers, but we are just about ready for this 6-lap race. Race number 2 of the season. When the red lights go out, we will be underway. Indeed, we are underway, and Warapong has got off to a rock-solid start. He's taken Deki Tiano with him, but Warapong Malawan, fastest in qualifying, won yesterday, first off the line. He's looking very accomplished,
isn't he? And oh, okay, so Warapong is just getting bumped out of first place as they go around that long turn 1, and I think that's Deki Tiano just behind him, or possibly in 3rd place. Let's see as these dark blue and red machines.
Oh, we've got our first casualties.
Take a look at the numbers.
That was
here.
right
That's
at the very back. Number 5 is
Deepak.
Deepak, it is. Deepak went out yesterday, so he's crashed out for the 2nd consecutive race, and that'll be no points. He's just lost the front end going down the hill.
Yeah, and the rider behind him was just caught up in that. We haven't seen his number yet.
Deepak and James Jacobs, I think it was. And now we've got another couple going out. Gosh.
So
in fact, there's 3 out there, and a couple of the lads are down, looking, moving very, very gingerly.
Early attrition, let's take a look. Ooh, he's smacked into the padding there at the side. Hopefully he's just winded.
Well, 3 racers going out there, so we've had 5 casualties very early on. Well, this is a dramatic start to race 2 of the TVS. Everything went so to plan on race number 1. We've got 5 casualties in race number 2. I think Fitri Ashraf, it was a problem. Harith Farhan was one of those there. Varis Fleming as well, he's out of the running, as is Natapon.
Yeah, so let's see what we've got now. We weren't expecting that early attrition, but racing is a hard game, and this is a learning process for many of these riders.
It's Deki who has the lead. Deki leading from Watcherin. So Watcherin had a tough time of it yesterday, just picked up the 1 point for a P15. I'm sure that Warapong will be in the mix somewhere there. But I tell you what, Deki Tiano Aldi, after a P2 yesterday, he's looking for not just 2 podiums, but he's looking for a P1 here as well. The chase is also on. Fitri Ashraf has got himself into a good position. Fitri is actually putting some pretty quick times in.
Yes, he is. We were looking for him to perform yesterday, and he didn't.
Red flag. There is a red flag.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, because of the fire. Because of the accidents, we have got a red flag situation in the TVS One Make race number 2.
Yeah, they need to clear the track and make sure the riders are out of harm's way too. That's an unfortunate start to race 2 for the TVS Asia One Make Championship.
So bike number 4, Natapon, is out of the race. Varis Felix Fleming, who had a P3 yesterday, he's out of the race. And there's a healthy crowd here. There were quite a few bikes making their way down the motorways and the avenues coming to Sepang when I came down earlier on this morning. So a decent following.
And there was there was a lot of people on the pit walk an hour or so ago. Nice atmosphere down there. Lots of people taking selfies and hanging out with the riders. Really nice, happy atmosphere down there. It's so good to get back to mixing with other people in real life after the 2-year horror story. Sorry, I mean hiatus. Let's be polite.
Well, a bit of a hiatus as well here in the TVS One Make. A red flag after 2 separate accidents took out 5 different riders. Deepak Ravikumar, Harith Farhan, Varis Fleming and Natapon. They are definitely out. And there's one other as well, because there were 3 involved in that second incident, weren't they? although maybe one of the racers got up after the first incident.
Yeah, hopefully there's nothing spilt on the track from that. I didn't see anything come out, but we didn't really see the incidents. But
I'm hearing that everybody is being asked to stay out on the racing track, on the bikes at the moment. So it is a case of, I think, cleaning up the damage.
Right, so this will be treated as another warm-up lap, and then we'll have a race reduced, let's take a guess, to maybe 4 laps. So they are just cruising around now. It's better for them to stay on the bikes if they can, and not to have that break in the pits, get off the bike and have that time to sit and think. And so how many have we got left? 11 or 12 bikes.
We're under red flag, just waiting further information. We will actually try and get a word with the race control.
It looks like they're going to form another grid as they come round and then do a very quick restart.
Hopefully all the riders are okay. That's obviously objective number one. Well, we haven't had any word of any serious injuries.
Yeah, and the fact that they are going for a quick restart is another good sign about that. No debris on the track, and hopefully. So red flag still waving. Normally when you see a red flag you'd be in the pit lane by now, so we can't see what the signals are immediately ahead of them.
New race, 4 laps.
Okay.
Quick decision made by race control.
Yeah, nicely done. So let's just see, they'll form up into their grid positions again, I'm guessing. Probably without any mechanics, they'll just stop and go, I think.
One young fella having a lot of fun in the crowd there.
Yeah.
If he's recording that, he'll look back and say, I wish I didn't do that.
Yeah, there was a lot of big grins in the pit walk as well. It's good to see a lot of marshals down there too, joking with the riders. I had a bit of banter with 2 of the guys from the famous Turn 15. They're all smiles and ready to go, ready for whatever comes at them this afternoon.
A little group of Honda shirts there. They were taking selfies on the roads on the way down here. They're having a good time. Right. So TVS, they're coming into the pits. So they'll just have a quick warm up or warm down. Looking for absolute clarification. 1 or 2 of the racers getting off the machines, which is never a good sign, but the bikes are being kept out of the pits themselves. Daniel Bogas is down amongst that little scrum of competitors and engineers. More and more bikes are being wheeled back into the pits and the garages.
Yeah, so it's a longer delay than perhaps we hoped. Yeah, this is a proper break, unfortunately.
This is because of 2 accidents that happened in the first lap of the TVS one-make race. It's the first of 5 show races today. We've got the Underbone 150s, which is where we usually get the carnage, followed by an AP 250, a Supersport 600, and then the big Superbikes 1000 cc's. That's the afternoon's entertainment coming your way.
And pit lane will exit will open in just 4 minutes from now. So they're just getting the bikes in tidy order so that they can make their way out. And they will probably have, just 1 minute in order to get themselves out. That won't be a problem because they're all in one big garage area.
Okay, while we're waiting for this, for the race to restart, let's have a look at the highlights from yesterday's race. So the TVS one-make made its debut on the Asian Road Racing Championship, and here's the best of what happened yesterday. Pole position was held by Vorapang Malawan. And as earlier on today, he got off to a good start and never really looked back. He was always in control of this situation. He is the project leader, as you call him, as he is for the whole TVS One Make thing, and he's leading by example.
Yeah, he did. And we thought he would, initially we thought he would just run away and drag the field along behind him as fast as possible, but Dekitiano Aldi, the young Indonesian, had other ideas and gave chase, and as we'll no doubt see, actually got in front of the boss at one stage.
There was number 7. The battle for P3 was the one that we really took an interest in, and Jim Jacobs was at the tail end of that battle. It would be Varys Fleming of Australia, a teenager, who would eventually take it. Up at the front though, it's a 6-lap race. By the midpoint, these two have pulled away by quite some distance, Vorapong and Dekitiano. That was the battle that we were really enjoying, and Fitri Ashraf, who in the end fell away a little bit. Fitri, we were expecting to be possibly the more experienced of those racers. Well, he fell away, did Fitri. He came P5 in the end, but lost out to young Kerwin Cheng and Varys Fleming. Up at the front, though, it was all about Vorapong. You had suggested, maybe tongue-in-cheek, that he might just let one of his chargers overtake him, but it was very much tongue-in-cheek because he's out there to win it.
There was no way he was going to do that. And he loved it, and you could see how happy he was after the race. That was I mean, in Thailand we're very used to seeing this exuberance after a win from Vorapong.
And Vorapong Malawon, who came to take it relatively comfortably. It was 0.18 of a second between P1 and P2. Varys Felix Fleming coming in P3 ahead of Kerwin Chang from the Philippines.
Yeah, that's beautifully done, and there's that familiar to Thai fans celebration of Vorapong.
Okay, let's go down to Daniel Bogus just for a quick update on what's been going on, or what we can look forward to in the restart of this TVS One Make.
So this is an awkward situation right now because we have the red flag. So what will happen is a quick start procedure. I had a talk with the clerk, of course. They couldn't give a word because they're busy trying to sort everything out. But what will happen is the pit lane will open for 1 minute. The riders will come out onto the grid. Only one mechanic is allowed because it's a quick start. So the mechanic will stop the rider. And once all the riders are on the grid, they have 30 seconds to get off, and they'll flag off for the restart of the race with the new lap regulation. So we're not sure how many laps is set yet, but we'll have that information for you shortly. Back to you, Desmond.
Thank you very much. That's a quick fire report, very much so. And well told. I think we know exactly what to happen. And we understand it's a 4-lap race, although that is still to be confirmed.
Yep, so here they come again. Let's see who's missing, because one or two of those might have got themselves back together during the interim period.
4, 5, yeah, I was counting.
There we go.
There is Meng Heng.
Yeah, legend of this series indeed.
He's looking for a quiet day. He's in charge of safety for the FIM at the moment at this circuit.
Yeah, so busy moment for him anyway, but fortunately overall a quiet weekend for him.
We've no reports of any serious injuries to the 5 riders who we saw going down. There's one bike won't be getting back up again. That's the one that was in flames.
Yeah, I think that's 5 gone through now. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think that's 12 bikes going through. The last one you saw going through there was the bike of Fitri Ashraf.
The engineers will be working overtime today.
Yeah, and it's pretty hot. They're being told where to go by the master, Meng Heng. Yeah, got things well under control, as you'd expect.
Natapon, I think, is probably the most outstanding of the racers. He was in P5. I don't think I can see bike number 4 out there, and Varys Fleming as well. Certainly, he was one of the...
Was he one of the 3 that went down?
Yeah, he was one of the 3 who went down. Confirmation, it's a 4-lap race when we get back onto the grid. 4-lap sprint.
Yeah, so they're going now out on this what you would call the sighting lap, and then they will form on the grid, as Daniel was saying, with a single mechanic, just very briefly for 30 seconds, and then they'll go on a warm-up lap, and then the race will start.
Right, this is where we can really gauge the absentees. Vorapong is there.
That's Harit Farhan, you can see the 13.
Mio Nakahara was in there, she was out of trouble. Was that Natapon? Did I see number 4 there?
I think so, yeah.
Well, Natapon was one of those I was believing would be out of contention. As it should be, the front row of the grid should be number 7, 16 and 10. That's Vorapong, Deki and Varis. The second row, 11, 15 and 4, which is Kerwin, Fitri Ashraf and Natapon. So I apologise, I was giving you the race result there. First row should be Vorapong, Deki, Tiamo and Watcherin. So Vorapong is there, Deki's there.
And Watcherin too.
Watcherin is there as well.
So far so good. Let's look at row number 2.
So Natapon is missing. The rider in 5th place, Natapon, is out of the equation.
That's a shame. He was quick in practice on Friday, and he was quick in warm-up this morning too.
Okay, 30 seconds. It's a quickish restart. Well done to all concerned. It slightly delays the rest of the situation, and we are underway.
So here we go, the warm-up lap. You can hear the roar once again of those 310cc single-cylinder BMW engines that are powering these really nice-looking Apache RR310s. They've been very much tricked up for this championship by TVS. They're running carbon fibre bodywork, and if you get the chance to look at the back of one of them, you'll see that there's no rear subframe. That's the seat unit is all part of that. Looks like Vorapong is holding people back on that warm-up lap, and they've, as well as having a really light bodywork, carbon fibre bodywork, they've boosted the power of these by about 30% too. So these are pretty formidable 300cc machines, and it is nice to hear those big singles thumping away.
They're pretty light as well. I think the perception of the TVS is they can be heavy on the road, but the new bodywork means that they're pretty light on the circuit as well.
Yeah, they don't look like small bikes, do they? So
No.
you'd expect them to be heavy, but they are, let's say, deceptively light. So Watcherin just following Vorapong through there. A lot of obedience on the track now, and they'll have had their minds focused, I guess, about what the possibilities are if they lose their focus by what happened on that opening lap.
Indeed, I mean, two separate incidents which we didn't really expect, and both just seem to be racing rider errors.
Yeah, most of them are relatively inexperienced. I think they've all been to Sepang at one time or another. Some of them in the Asia Talent Cup, some in the Suzuki Asia Challenge previously, when that was part of the ARRC schedule.
Corner number 1 and the dip down into turn number 2 can be pretty deceptive if you're not used to it, because it does go away from you. And yeah, they will have seen it, but then you get yourself into a race condition and you're surrounded by other people, your focus momentarily turns off.
Yeah, right at the start, with pumping away at 200 BPM, or whatever these young guys are, so yeah. So they're trundling now down towards turn 15.
Tell you what, this is very obedient, you're quite right. Vorapong said, you stay behind me, boys and girl, and they all have.
I think, yeah, experienced guy that he is, I think he just wants to give everybody a chance to take a few breaths, perhaps slow the pulse down a bit. He's a clever lad, Vorapong, and we were saying how close he was run by Dekiciano Aldi yesterday. He was pushing hard in practice on Friday, so hard indeed that he found the limits and crashed. He's actually suffering with quite a sore neck and upper back at the moment. He's taped up as at the moment, but I doubt whether that will become apparent.
Okay,
Here we go.
the restart are just about ready to go. It's a 4-lap restarted race after the red flag. And once again, we are underway. And once again, it's a solid start for Vorapong Malawan. Although Deki Tiamo once again has made a decent fist of things. Indeed, it's Deki who is dragging Watcherin along with him. And into this first corner, Vorapong finds himself down in P3. And Watcherin, who had a disappointing race number 1, is then forced wide and drops down to P2 as they go down the hill. But it's not all Vorapong Malawan for a change.
No, I think that was Deki pushing himself through to P1. Yep, indeed it was. Vorapong will be perfectly content in P3. He'll be saving himself a little bit. He is sore, as we said, from that Friday crash.
Behind them, Agung Septian from Indonesia, and Jagan Kumar is being dragged in as well. Jagan, who's very much in the veteran stages, but has been riding TVS for a long time.
But good to have his experience in this class.
Can just confirm that all riders involved in the earlier incidents, that's Natapon, Varis, Harith Farhan and Deepak Ravi Kumar, there were 2 separate incidents, all are medically okay.
Unfortunately, they're not back out on track because some of those guys, particularly Varis, was brought the race to life very much yesterday. But let's look and see what Watcherin can do now, the number 14 machine there, because he is a fast rider. The Thai, we've seen him in the Asia Talent Cup, so he knows his way around Sepang. Vorapong certainly knows his way around.
Vorapong in P3. I'm interested to see if Jagan Kumar is able to improve on his performance yesterday. A P9 for Jagan Kumar yesterday, behind KY Ahmad. We've already lost Deepak Ravi Kumar. So of the triumvirate of Indian racers, one is out. It's been a dreadful weekend for Deepak. But let's see if KY Ahmad and Jagan Kumar can just restore a little bit of Indian pride in this TVS one make.
Yeah, with Vorapong in the pack there, it's difficult to know whether this is stage managed at all, but I would think that it's good to give these riders a taste of being at the front and being chased rather than chasing. Chasing is fun and it's relatively easy in a race, but leading is a different thing altogether. So I'm glad to see Deki having his time at the front here.
Dekitiano Aldi leads after 1 lap, and Watcherin in P2 comes through to take P1. So bike 14 and bike 16 side by side alongside each other. So they come into turn number 1, and under the watchful gaze of Vorapong Malawan, Agung Septian and Jagan Kumar also there. Mohammed Fitri Ashraf, who's just posted the fastest lap time, 2:32.2. So they're just a little bit off qualification pace.
Yeah, that was nicely. Oh,
so that's Arsia Justi's. Sorry, Varis's bike. Apologies.
Oh, that was the one that we had the barbecue.
Yeah, you're not riding that much again, are you?
Yeah. No jokes about Australians and barbecues. As we look at Vorapong, sorry, that's his nickname. Vorapong Malawan take the front.
Vorapong Malawan leads the way. He was fastest in qualification. He won yesterday's first race. He is the main man, the boss. And leading the way once again. Behind them, Jagan Kumar. Keep an eye on that green and red helmet, as we do. Is a little wobble there for Jagan. Just a little bit of powers. I was here. I've not had a chance to be on the bike, but I'm hearing they're very light, and you make one mistake and you can lose the front end very easily.
Yeah. Possibly we've seen evidence of that already, and even Vorapong has had a crash this weekend. And Deki having another look to see if he can get through, but there's a little gap opening up now. But yesterday it was 2 riders, Vorapong and Deki. This time it's Vorapong, Deki and Watcherin, who yesterday I must admit I expected to be closer to the front, but now here he is. And I think that's Agung, number 2.
Yeah. Agung, who had a difficult time yesterday. He only came in. He picked up 5 points, so he's going to be a little bit closer to the front this time. It is a sprint to the line, but as you've just suggested, there's actually 3 separate groups are emerging, and of course Vorapong is amongst that leading group. What has happened to Watcherin? He's dropped off the pace just a little bit, and he's coming under pressure from Mohammed Fitri Ashraf and the Malaysian. has pulled Watcherin back into that leading group. Jagan Kumar goes round tight on the hairpin in P5, so we'll come over the start-finish line with 2 laps to go. Deki Tiano leads from Vorapong Malawan, Watcherin in P3, Fitri Atraf in P4.
And Agunga's done well to make that group of 3 a group of 4. So this is, the races are progressing. It's good to see the progress over the course of a weekend, both in lap times and in confidence on the racetrack.
That was a better time at 2:28.7, 2:28.5 from Vorapong.
Yeah.
The differential between P1 and P7, less than 1.8 seconds.
And that's Fitri that joined the front group there. He did a straight set of fastest sectors on that last lap, and his best lap time is disappeared for the time being. 2:27.
2:27.4, yeah.
Yeah, so we saw, I think, 2 riders in warm-up do 2:27s. That's a very decent time. Take as your benchmark the AP 250 class, where a good lap time is around 2:26. And I know that the Wiley Vorapong Malawan has got his eyes on the 250 lap times.
Angie Setiawan is leading the second group from P5, in which Jagan Kumar is the back of that group of 3. 2 very distinct camps emerging. Vorapong leads from Deki Tiano. These 2 have been the outstanding riders all weekend, and coming through, Fitri Ashraf has made a move there. A slight mistake from Vorapong going up the hill. It's easily done. They needed Watcherin, who came through into P2, and Fitri Ashraf going past Vorapong. Unusual to see Vorapong make a mistake like that.
Yeah, it is. But as you're saying, these bikes are really light, so, and they've got a lot of torque, those single-cylinder machines. So perhaps that caught him out a little bit. I asked him about the compression and how some bikes are going wide because they have trouble under braking for turns. And he said, in his opinion, the riders were getting used to how these bikes behave and improving. And we haven't seen so many riders going wide as we did in yesterday's race. And that's Deki Tiano looking pretty much in control at the front.
Ashraf takes the nice narrow angle Watcherin. He does go wide and will lose a place to Vorapong. We're coming into the final lap of this shortened restarted race, where we've got 1 lap to go, and it is a lead for Deki Tiano ahead of Fitri and Watcherin. Vorapong, KY Ahmed, Angie Setiawan and Jagan Kumar in the second group, completing the top 7. But this is interesting. Vorapong Malawan is not having everything his own way in this restarted race.
Certainly not. So let's see what he does. We are suddenly, because it's only a 4-lap race, on the last lap, and Deki looks
bit of distance there, isn't there? There's a bit of distance. The difference was just 0.3 of a second as he went over the start-finish line, but he looks like he's extended that quite considerably.
Yeah, and Fitri looking good in second. See what Vorapong's got up his sleeve. There will be something, you can be sure of that.
Still though, Deki Tiano Aldi, P2 in qualification, P2 yesterday in race number 1, now leading as we approach the midpoint of this final lap.
And you can see that sector time very fast through the first sector to give himself a little bit of fresh air between him and Fitri and Vorapong.
Vorapong though has just posted the fastest second sector time. He's back into it. Look over the shoulder there. Coming in from Deki Tiano. Sometimes I feel you need to be aware of what's going on behind you, but focus on your own race. Goes up the top of the hill, nearly loses the back end, loses a bit of time there, does Deki.
So that advantage is gone now. That's all it takes.
Fitri Ashraf is there, but Vorapong once again going up the hill has lost a place. Vorapong Malawan is struggling. Fitri Ashraf is looking to make a move. He is right on the tail of Deki Tiano. Malaysia versus Indonesia. Watcherin the tie, and Vorapong the second tie in 3 and 4 respectively.
So now my recommendation is to watch Vorapong, because he will not have had in his plan to be 4th as they go into the final stages of this lap.
Penultimate straight here. They're keeping close to the grandstand as much as they can. It's Deki Tiano Aldi who has the lead. Fitri Ashraf might just be able to take the inside line. Fitri is the new race leader.
And look at Watcherin just blocked Warapong on the entrance to that. Warapong switched though.
Fitri Ashraf will come through, and Fitri, if he can hold on, will take the victory. Mohammed Fitri Ashraf just by a bike length ahead of Deki Tiano. Vorapang 3, Watchering coming in 4, Agung, KY Ahmad and Jagan Kumar complete the top 5. Fitri Ashraf is thrilled to bits with that result.
So he should be. That was terrific. We didn't expect anybody other than Vorapong to win that, but he finds himself having to really fight for that last place on the podium, because Watcherin really pushed him wide on under braking for turn 15.
So a local winner takes the victory in the restarted TBS. Mohammed Fitri Ashraf, fastest lap of 2:27.433. The difference, it was 0.04 of a second between him and Deki Tiano. So a good weekend for Deki Tiano, but 2 P2s can be mighty frustrating.
Yeah, they can, but that will it put him in the championship lead? It's going to be close.
Confirmation of the result. P1 for Fitri Ashraf from Malaysia, ahead of Deki Tiano Aldi of Indonesia. Vorapong ahead of Watcherin in P3. Agung Septian for Indonesia, ahead of the 2 Indian racers, KY Ahmad in P6 and Jagan Kumar in 7. They were 4.5 seconds adrift. James Jacobs, the first of the only Australian to finish, 8 seconds down in P8. Hayato Kobayashi in 9th. Kerwin Chang, from the Philippines, ahead of Singapore's Arshad Rusty. Mio Nakahara picking up points. Natapon, Varis, Harith Farhan and Deepak Ravikumar did not finish.
Thankfully, all the starters in the restarted race did make it over the 4 laps to the finish line.
Well, our championship leader will remain Vorapang Malawan, but only 1 point clear of Deki Aldi. And Deki Aldi can look back and say to the team man, to the boss man, "Hey boss, I've had a good weekend. You're only 1 point ahead of me."
That's it. That is really good to see. Warapong, yes, he's injured, but he won't be using that as an excuse. You can be sure, because the pain goes away when you're on the machine. But Fitri Ashraf, that was really good. We expected something from him yesterday, but today we really saw it.
KY Ahmad once again getting the best of the results for the Indian racers, getting the better of Jagan Kumar. So an 18-point weekend for KY Ahmad. For Jagan, a 16-point weekend.
Yeah, Jagan Kumar, somebody told me this morning, he's in fact a 4 times Indian Superbike champion. So his experience is welcome in this class. Although some of the younger riders have shown him the way at Sepang. Here comes Fitri Ashraf through the middle. He's looking comfortable, and well he should, and very pleased with himself as he rides through with one arm resting on the tank. Yeah, look at that. Well deserved. He beat the master. He beat the guy who almost beat the master yesterday, and he's picked up 25 points. Let's see, he's I think he's the first one into Parc Fermé.
It'll move him into 3rd place in the overall standings, just 5 points behind. It'll be 6 races in total for this TVS one make season. So 2 down, and nice and congested at the top of the leaderboard between Vorapong, Deki Tiano and Fitri Ashraf. You can't afford a bad weekend. Watcherin and Kerwin Cheng have picked up 19 points apiece, and KY Ahmad 18. But you suspect the title will be between the front 3, which includes, well, which is the front 3 that we've had in this particular race.
Yeah, that's it. And it was a nice battle too. We saw a 2-way battle yesterday. This time we saw a really good 4-way battle. So this is really a good start for TVS Asia One Make Championship in the ARRC fold.
Some of Fitri's teammates in the Honda camp, giving him a lot of support. He rides in the Cub Prix Championship. Here are the best of the highlights of the restarted 4-lap race in the TVS One Make Championship at Sepang International Circuit. Vorapang Malawan on pole position on bike number 7. didn't find things going on at his own rate right from the very start. Vorapong was pushed into P3 with Deki Tiano and Watcherin in particular making up some early ground.
Yeah, so we ended up with 4 at the front and a gap back to Agung Septian, who has improved during the weekend too, so perhaps we'll see more from him later on. So here we saw 2.
Well, at this stage, Mohammed Fitri Ashraf isn't involved. This is why we had a restarted race, because we had 4 riders going off. That was Faris Fleming's ex-bike.
Yeah, that
Fire sale.
Went up in flames. That's going to take a while to buff out.
And then back onto the circuit. This is where Vorapong had problems coming up the hill. On this particular lap, no problem. But in the next lap, he would move from P2 down to P4. Jagan Kumar is leading the Indian charge at this stage. Jagan also would fall off the pace. 2 laps to go.
Yeah, Deki was looking strong in the front there. He was looking confident, not intimidated at all to be there. You can see that down change lock-up problem on these bikes.
Fitri begins to make his move there. It is all about being able to get used to the bike. You can practice as much as you want, and it's only really once you get into competitive action that you really learn how the bike operates, what it does under pressure. And Vorapong, who has mastered the bike up until now, found himself in trouble. Here he is in P4 with 1 lap to go.
And look at how Watcherin pushed him to the outside under braking for turn 15. Vorapong, canny lad that he is, snapped back and managed to finish in 3rd, but 0.6 of a second. That looks like quite a big gap on track. So the front 2. Great weekend for Deki Tiano Aldi.
But a victory for Mohammed Fitri Ashraf, and they are quickly up onto the podium. Our camera having a slight issue there.
Now please stand for the national anthem of Malaysia.
Thankfully we have a plan B for the cameras, and a quick national anthem for Mohammed Fitri Ashraf. Happy looking Mohammed Fitri Ashraf.
As well he might. He really put the hammer down at the end there. You can see his Sector 4 time was by far the fastest of the session. Here we go.
It is Kate Suwanarun, the Orleans Racing Chief Technician for TVS One Make Race, handing out the prize for P3 to Vorapong Malawan. Kataro Kobayashi, the Motorcycle Tyre Department from Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited, hands out the prize for P2. Deki Tiano Aldi, and the Vice President of A-Racer Speed Teching, Mr. Antonio Lowe, he hands out the prize to the race winner, Mohammed Fitri Ashraf. Fastest lap 2:27.4, as you say, comparable almost with the AP 250s, and they'll be hoping just to get themselves a little bit quicker as the season goes on, as the riders learn, as they get more used to the bikes.
Yeah, that's a kind of a midfield AP 250 time.
What we'll do for the championship standings is that Vorapong Malawan, despite his P3 today, he will maintained the overall championship lead, but only by a single point from Dekitiano Aldi.
Yeah, looking at the podium there, I was happy to see some of the technicians up, like Kentaro Kobayashi and the Thai Olin's technician.
Here is the confirmation of the standings. Vorapong by 1 point from Deki, just 5 points adrift is Fitri Ashraf. Goin Chang and Watcher in level on 19 points in P4. KY Ahmad, the best of the Indian contingent, on 18. Jim Fredericks just better than Varis Fleming, who crashed out earlier on today. Thankfully, I can tell you all 4 of the riders who crashed out today are fit and well and not needing any serious medical treatments. That's the top 8 in the TBS Asia One Make Championship after 2 races. Okay, we're rapidly going into break. We're running slightly behind time. Coming up after the break, we've got the thrills and spills of the Underbones 150s. This is the Asian Road Racing Championship from Sepang International Circuit. Welcome back to Sepang. Those clouds are gathering. There could be rain later on after 3 o'clock possibly. We're at the Sepang International Circuit just to the south of Kuala Lumpur. Des Corkle and Barry Russell talking you through 5 main races for today. We've just had the TBS One Make. Underbone 150cc is next. Yesterday's race 1 had the most dramatic of finishes.
Didn't it? We'll probably see that again in just a moment, but what a fantastic performance. A surprise indeed that was sprung by Hafisa Rofa.
Race highlights from race 1 of the Underbone 150cc, and the man on pole position, getting off to a decent start. It gets so congested, 6 laps around a wide circuit, but even look at that, it's just how congested it gets. Wayu Ajitralaksana, Gupita Krishna, bike number 23, they were involved fairly early on. April King Moscato on board with him. We were looking to see how he would do, but Ahmed Fazli Sham, a local, a veteran, bike number 46, he was the man who led the way in 4 of the 6 laps, and there was also Sharyl Shazras, who was giving Gupita Krishna a bit of a thump there. There was a lot of congestion out on the circuit, by Russell.
Yeah, there was, and for me that was one of the great things about this, that we by the finish we still had a group of 15 riders at the front. back to the great old days of underbone racing.
It can make it very confusing, but Wayuaji Trilaksana and Gupita Krishna just on the heel there of Ahmed Fazli Sham, and as you can see, awfully congested. Ahmed Afif Amran made a move as well. Young 12-year-old Kiandra on his debut, he'd have a top 10 finish. There's Wayuaji bike number 60, but Charles Shazras would slide off, not on that occasion. We had a couple of other crashes. That was Terudin who was just taken off the track, and then there would be a problem for Charles Shazras, who've been such an influential racer in this race.
Yeah, and you saw Gupita. Oh, there he goes.
He'd been on pole
Shazras.
position.
Yeah, and he had a good race. He was perhaps a little too aggressive, but learning experience for him.
This leads us down to the final lap, and once we come around the corner, I called somebody completely wrong. Hafiz Arofa is nowhere to be seen here, and then he just suddenly appears out. The green uniform comes out from the back, spins out from the sideways and down through the middle, accelerates away. Hafiz Arofa taking the victory. He'd not once been in the lead throughout the whole race. That was yesterday. It was mighty exhilarating, I can tell you that. So Hafiz Arofa taking up his first victory of the season. But Wayuaji Trilaksana had his third podium finish in a row. When you're in that much congestion on any circuit, Barry Russell, and you're consistently getting podiums, you're pretty useful.
Yeah, he's started his championship bid off as well as he possibly could have done. He's got a 3rd and 2 seconds so far. I had a chat with him down in pit lane earlier, and he really is happy with how things are going. There's Shazras again.
I think we can go down to the pit lane, or to the grid, where Daniel Bogas is waiting to get 1 or 2 interviews.
Thank you so much, Des and Barry. So we're now down at the grid for the Underbone 150 Race 2. So it's the final race for the Underbones for this second run at the Sepang International Circuit. So let's go and chat with a few riders now. They don't know I'm going to interview them, so we're just going to pick whoever out that we can. And let's see, okay, Shazras. Shazras, you are a wildcard in this championship right now. You are the wildcard in the Underbone 150 class, and you got pole position, but it was unfortunate in race 1. There was a little bit of an incident. So what do you expect for today's race, and are you going to change anything in the way you ride for this coming race?
Okay, for today's race, I just target to finish the race in a safe way. So I try my best to be in the top position, and yeah, let's see how's the race been.
All right, we're looking forward to seeing more of you, Shazras. So let's move down the grid now. We're looking at a bunch of riders. Of course, Shazras has been amazing throughout the practice sessions, throughout qualifying. Here we have another one, Izzat Zaidi as well. He's on the 2nd row in 4th. So Izzat's been strong all throughout the season. And I'm trying to look for, who can we find? Let's see, we got Ayman Tayuddin over there. I'm looking for P10 on the grid. Yeah, there we go, Gupita. So let's head to Gupita Krishna. Gupita is one of the familiar names over here. All right, so let's have a quick chat with him. All right, so you're a familiar name in the Underbone 150 class, and it's in ARC. You've been a champion in the Underbone 130s. So what do you like most about racing here in ARC?
Ya, di Underbone ini memang saya memang favorit saya di Underbone, dan saya juga sangat senang. Kemarin juga di race pertama saya podium ketiga. Mudah-mudahan di race kedua ini saya juga menghasilkan podium.
Okay, good luck for the race coming up here. So now let's move further down, and we got an interesting rider coming up. It's a rider that's very familiar, and we expect him to be up in the fight up ahead. It's none other than Pierpong, and let's go and have a chat with him. So, Pierpong, you're the only Thai rider here in the Underbone 150, right? So it's quite a pressure on you, I think, to carry the Thai flag, and I think you're gonna have a great shot out here. But so far, how do you feel any pressure here in the Underbone class?
Yeah, I think Underbone class very hard now, very rider very strong. Yeah, many. Okay, I see you let to fighting. Okay.
Good luck, Pierpong, and we hope to see more of you. So we'll head back to Des and Barry, and that's the Underbone grid for now.
Good work there, Daniel. All for one, Barry Russell?
One for all.
Indeed it is. That's Pirapong, who is for the team one for all down in P12. You followed Pirapong's career. You're based up in Thailand. Tell us a little bit about Pirapong.
So Pirapong, he's as you could possibly see on the bike, he's not the biggest guy. He's very good light motorcycle racer. Underbone racing is not so big in Thailand currently, but we do see him at the front, often battling with Vorapong Malawan, in fact, in the Supersport 400 class. So he's a top rider there, very well regarded, and he's actually very media friendly. Although I think he was a little nervous on the start. I went to see him in pit lane and told him in no uncertain terms that he had to pull himself up for this race.
Okay.
And he said, I will. I said, promise?
His yesterday's race winner, he did pull himself up for yesterday's race. Where he came from, he was hiding. Was Hafiz Arofa. But what a way to do it. What a way to produce your first victory of the season. He's on P3 on the grid. Do we expect a repeat?
He was looking very happy in pit lane this morning. I wouldn't put it past him.
Izzat Zaidi is third in the overall championship. He won race one over in Buriram, had a P6 yesterday. So look out to see if Izzat can just rebound after losing out on a top 5 place. Next to him on the grid is Ahmed Fazrul Sham, who's here as a wild card, bike number 11. He and his brother Fazli Sham, very familiar on the Malaysian Capri circuit, definitely. Riding the Yamaha. And then next to Ahmed, you've got Afif Amran, who had that remarkable from the front victory in Buriram. We rarely kind of see that, though. We're not going to see Afif, are we? This is Shafiq Rosley, also from Malaysia, Uma Racing, Yamaha Maju Motor Racing Team.
Yeah, he yesterday, where was he, Shafiq?
There's Afif. I was waiting for him. It was a remarkable performance for him in Buriram.
Yeah, we enjoyed that. Totally unexpected, winning by more than 3 seconds in the underbone class.
A P7 and a P5 in race number 1 yesterday. We have got 24 out on the grid at the start. Engineers just being told to get their riders ready. Again, it'll be a 6-lap race. Which in the 150s, this is a longish circuit for a 6-lap race.
Yeah, they'll be doing mid to 35s probably at race speed. We saw in warm-up this morning, it looked like a qualifying session. I was sitting here with Daniel, and they were getting really competitive. We had 232s, 2 riders in the 232s. So let's see what happens today, and let's see if Charles Shiraz can keep it under control today and make the whole race distance.
Waiwaji Trilaksana in the green with the red helmet. He is the overall championship leader. He's on P2 on row 1 behind Charles Shazras, who's here as a wild card for the Honda Uzi team, and Mohammed Fiza Rofa, yesterday's race winner. Izzat Zaidi on row 2. Sorry, Barry.
So Izzat Zaidi on row 2 together with Ahmed Fazrul Sham and Afif Amran we were just talking about.
Really keen to see if Afif can repeat his heroics. Ahmed Tahiruddin, who was taken out yesterday, wasn't too thrilled with the way that happened for Cardinals Racing Team, alongside April King Moscato, best of the Philippines, and Ahmed Fazli Sham, bike 46 from row 1 XOX TKR Racing Team.
And on the next row, P10, yesterday's P3 winner was Gupitu Krishna. Next to him, Shafiq Rosli and Pirapong Louis Boon Peng, who we just heard from.
Nazrul Izzat Muhammad Bahardin is on P13 next to Dimas Juli at Moko. Now, Dimas Juli had a really good time with 2 P4s in Buriram, didn't shine so well yesterday, and 12-year-old Kiandra had a top 10 finish on his debut on the Honda yesterday.
Indeed, and place 16, John Emson in Guito. Oi Uezu in 17 and 18, Giancarlo Maurizio.
19 is Morbel Vitoni. Alongside him is Duc Tan from Vietnam, and Jordan Badaru, who had a great time in Buriram, not so good yesterday.
22nd on the grid is Hafid Pratamaditya, Ashraf Daniel Zamri and Nguyen An Tuan, the second of the 2 Honda Vietnam riders.
Duc Tan was a non-starter yesterday. I hope he's out on the grid. I didn't see any gaps on the grid today, but Duc Tan was unable to get his bike onto the grid yesterday. Hopefully the the Honda Racing Vietnam team have been able to sort out that problem. It's a long way to come not to get a ride.
It sure is, and of course in Vietnam they don't have any racing that compares with this to keep their hand in during that 2-year off season. 2
Vietnamese racers. Duc Tan is did not start yesterday. Antoine didn't pick up any points, so tough day at the office yesterday for Honda Racing Vietnam. Let's see if they can do a little bit better. Peter Kreshner P3 yesterday to move him on to 24 points in the overall championship. Really, it's so open, isn't it? Other than Wayu Aji, consistency is so difficult in this competition.
Yeah, Wayu Aji lost his consistency after winning his second championship in about 2018 or 2017, I think. But now he seems much more like his old self with that consistency, as you say. To get consistent podiums in this class is so difficult.
That was Hafiza Rofa going through.
Team one for all.
Yes, he heard you, Barry,
Good.
and he said you got it right.
They said they've been listening, yeah. I think they enjoy it for some strange reason.
Splendid stuff.
Yeah.
Dimas Julian Moko, let's see if the LFN Indonesia racing team can improve on yesterday's performance. Both Dimas Juli and Jordan had a great time in Buriram and really struggled yesterday.
It's another man with a big smile on his face as he mingled with the fans in the pit lane walkabout a little earlier today.
That's the Honda Uzi. That's the team of the pole sitter Charles Shazras Uzi.
And here he comes, Shazras, up to take the first position on the grid. Be interesting to see what he does today and whether he can keep everything under control.
He was very aggressive yesterday, wasn't he?
Just turn down that aggression a little bit.
Maybe overly excited, but certainly he's got the pace.
Yeah, he gave Gupita Kreshner a particularly hard whack yesterday.
Okay, we are just about ready for a 6-lap race. Red lights go out. We are indeed underway. Charles Shazras, a little bit of a wheelie, so loses a little bit of ground there to Wayu Aji Trilaksana. Gupita Kreshner makes his way through as well from the back, so Wayu Aji Trilaksana as they come into corner number 1. Doesn't mean a huge amount, but you'd rather be towards the front than towards the back. Indeed, Wayu Aji is eaten up, and Afif Amran's come through into P4. Oh, Wayu Aji has just stood up very, very high, and that could well cost the Indonesian big points in race number 2.
Yeah, that's not what we wanted to see. He'd already been swallowed up on that long run down, and that is Hafid Pradat.
Second time Hafid is out of the race.
Unlucky for him. So a couple of problems early on, not least for the championship leader, who is way down there and does have a few laps to catch up. Let's see what he can do.
Well, that would be a real remarkable performance if he is to come from behind. He's dropped down. He didn't lose that much time. He's just leading that second group of riders there. In fact, no, that's Hafiza Rofa who's got into that first group. Afif Amran in P3 at the moment.
Yeah, you can see Tyruddin making his way through there as well. I think he's in P3 currently.
And then Tyruddin and Afif there in the lime green wheels. As Wayu Aji Trilaksana has a little look just to see if there's any damage. You saw him right at the back of that group, but he's done remarkably well to stay that close, because it looked like he was almost down to 0.
He knows he's got time on his side, despite that unfortunate upset on turn 1.
Is it Zaidi in that leading group? Leading the way is who's that leading the way? Hafid is out.
April King at the front.
I'm seeing the Uma Racing colours definitely there. I'm seeing the Team One for All colours. Rather easy to pick out.
Yeah, indeed they are.
As they come down the penultimate straight for the first time out of 6, there's the long line. They're away from the protection of the grandstand.
Yeah, there is April King at the front as they cross the line, but that's changed, of course. Gupita Kreshner.
And Charles Shazras then loses it. Takes everybody out wide. And Afif Amran can come through into the lead. Who's lost that? Is that Cheryl again? Charles Shazras out for the second time. this time losing it on the hairpin at the end of lap number 1. Well, a fabulous qualification, but a disastrous 2 days racing.
Yeah, as we can say, learning experience for him, unfortunately. But he brought something special to yesterday's race with his aggression. He'll be back.
Well, he just loses it. Oh, is he just clipped? Just caught.
Yeah. And the other riders looking around to see what was going on behind them.
There is the problem. It can get so congested, just a little knock, and you are out of contention. In the meantime, Ayman Taharuddin is the man who leads. You called it correctly. I thought it was Ahmed Afif Amram, but he led the way. April King is there. Nazrul Izzat is there. John Ngito is there. Ahmed Fazrul Sham, bike 11. Hafiza Rofa is the man who's leading the way on bike 24 at the moment. Yesterday's race winner.
Yeah, which is not so much like his style. If what he said after the race is to be taken seriously, he said he likes to hang back until the later stages and then make his way through. Well, that's definitely what he did yesterday.
Ahmed Fazli Sham is in the pits. Bike number 46 is in the pits for one XOX TKR racing team. So a tough weekend for him.
Yeah, that's really disappointing because he did miss round 1 with quarantine problems.
So that's almost a season gone if you have 2 pole race weekends in a shortish season.
Yeah, that pretty much puts the championship out of reach. Much though we love him, it's going to be a stretch.
Well, Charles Sajras has a long walk home.
Yeah.
Parks the bike in the pit lane. Makes his way home. In the meantime, April King Moscado having fun. Afif is at last making a bit of a move. Ayman Taharuddin is trying to stay out of problems. Ayman was taken out of the game on corner number 9 on lap 4 yesterday.
Yeah, and April King keeping himself closer to the front than he did yesterday, so that's something else to look out for.
Hafiza Rofa taking a completely different line from everybody else, and he will lead the way. No, he won't. He'll be undertaken by not 1 but 2 but 3 races. So Hafiza Rofa goes from P1 to P4.
Yeah, there's one of the black and gold bikes there. Ah, that's okay. So that's
Fazl Sham leads.
Murabil Vitoni.
And Murabil in P2. Hafiza Rofa in 3.
And
John Emerson Ngito is up there, bike number 22.
Yeah, well, didn't he go well at Buriram? So it'd be good to see him up at the front again. So nice moves by the Filipino lads in this race. And I think that's...
there's another stand-up moment there.
I think that's Afif made his way back up through as well.
Yeah, Afif Amran now up to P3. Hafiza Rofa there in P4. April King has dropped off the pace just a little bit, but I promise you, between P1 and P12, there is less than a second. In fact, even Kiandra down in P13 is only 1 second down on everybody else.
Yeah, I'm talking about the 12-year-old racer. He finished just 0.6 of a second off the winner yesterday. That's phenomenal.
Afif Amram is the race leader. 3.5 laps to go. We've had 2 casualties, and Uezo is struggling as well for Team One for All.
Let's take a look for Wayuaji. I think he's in there somewhere after his very early mishap on lap 1.
That's him in the red helmet.
Yeah, so he's
into the lead.
He's made the best of that time. Still got 4 laps to go. It didn't take him long to catch up.
That's remarkable. Afif Amran is the racer in the lead. Little momentary lapse of concentration, it looked like there, and Afif just manages to pull it round. Wayuaji Trilaksana is also in there in P3.
Yeah, 2 Filipino Uma machines, also number 4.
Is that Ngito in there as well? It's now just shuffling for space. You just make sure you don't get caught. We saw a couple of collateral damage situations yesterday as they come down the long straight.
And just a little oh, who are we looking at here? That's a one for all bike. That is
Wezu. Yeah, Wezu. He did have trouble, so he's the 4th casualty.
Disappointing weekend for him. And just doing a quick schedule check, because of course we did have that interruption, the red flag in race 1 with the TVS race. We're about 15 minutes behind, so if you're watching, you can plan your next cup of tea accordingly.
April King Moscardo is the new race leader. Dimas Juliat Moko. Spoke about him before the race. They had a poor time yesterday after a really good time in Buriram. Dimas Juli, the Indonesian. So he's got into that leading group, and then of course is immediately eaten up. Gupita Kreshna, bike number 23, is also in that group as well. But it is Shafiq Rosley leading the way.
A lot of notables are still in that group. The only real notable missing, of course, is the unfortunate Fazli Sham.
Wayuaji Trilaksana leads the way, and that's after he'd been stood up and almost forced out of the race in the first lap. We are just beyond halfway, 3 full laps to go. Wayuaji, bike number 60. Dimas Juli. This time, Dimas Juli is looking an awful lot better. The Indonesian crew they were here late last night. As all the crews were, but they I think worked particularly hard overnight, and the results are there for all to see. Gupita Kreshna, bike 23, just forces out Wayuaji Trilaksana.
And Afif in there as well at the front, and we know what he's capable of, as Gupita Kreshna goes just to the outside of the track there, and that's one of the Filipino
John Emerson and Gito,
yeah.
You take the wrong line now, you take a wide line, and suddenly you've got 4 or 5 bikes going on the inside, and what does seem to be like a lead suddenly becomes a P4.
This is such a wide track test. There are many options, especially for bikes of this size.
Afif Amram, he's leading the way. Nazrul Izzat is in there as well. We have not mentioned Nazrul Izzat too much. He had P14 yesterday, Nazrul, but he's a better racer than that normally.
Indeed, we should probably mention as many as possible so we don't get to the end and say that we haven't mentioned the winner.
Well, Hafiz Arofa, we mentioned Hafiz Arofa because he was hiding, and there he is, look at him, he's hiding at the back of that pack. He's deliberately trying to make it difficult for us. Being given a tow there by Wayuaji Trilaksana.
Yeah, nice little story from our colleague Daniel this morning was when Hafisa was a teenager making his way in the early stages in the Malaysian Championship. They called him Pocket Rocket.
Not surprisingly, that burst of speed yesterday really took us as Afif Amram appears from the gloom. Look at that, they're 10 across. That's impossible to commentate on that.
I think that's going to be Tyrodin first in this time, if that matters. Okay.
Charles Chadras.
He's back.
Don't worry, Sam, there's always next time.
Yeah, I think that's what we can call a disconsolate walk back to the pits.
Leading the way, Ayman Tahirudin, bike number 55. Then he was leading the way before Wayuaji Trilaksana. So impressed with the way Wayuaji pulled his way through, although Hafiz Arofa is in there. Wayuaji has got the red helmet, so Hafiz Arofa has forced himself up into the front pack. As somebody just has to stand up. Emerson Agito has to stand up very, very quickly. 1.5 laps to go.
Afif in the middle, just at the front of the middle of that pack, if that makes sense.
But it's Afiza who's leading the way.
Gupita's dropped back, I noticed, in the pack as this starts to mean something with less than 2 laps remaining.
We're racing with Nazrul Izzat also in that mix. Is April King Moscardo in there? No, he was a little bit further back. Somebody has a moment there. I think it was Nazrul Izzat. That just given Hafiza the opportunity just to pull away a little bit. A bit early to try to make a break for it, although we said that about Afif in Buriram.
Yeah, and
Maurizio out for the 2nd straight day.
Disappointing for the Filipino.
Giancarlo Maurizio, bike number 124. It's the 5th casualty. Ahmed Fazrul Sham has just posted a good split time of 45.2, but everyone's around about the same. Ahmed Fazrul Sham, bike number 11. Is that the team one for all?
No, that's the
Ashraf
SCK,
Daniel.
yeah. So let's take a look now, Des. Uma very much in making their presence felt there, but it's Wayuaji leading them this time around.
Comes from everywhere, and Afif Amran has gone along with him as well. So Wayuaji leads from Afif Amran. These are the two form guys. Afif is having a great time in the Capri. Wayuaji has had 3 consecutive podiums here in ARRC. So of all those gaggle of racers, of whom 11 are inside 0.8 of a second of each other, we're going into this final lap. Wayuaji on the inside, just pushed out, yeah, no, takes the nice tight line, goes down the hill, holds onto P1. Ahmed Afif Amran stays with him. Well, that's Tahirudin now, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Tahirudin, number 55. This is fascinating as we get into the final stages. Just watch how they position themselves. There's all kinds of strategies, and at a circuit this wide, as we were saying, there's so many options for lines.
Nazrul is at the latest leader. Must have 40 or 50 race changes of lead in each race in Underbone. It is phenomenal. Nazrul is at leading the way. Wayuaji in the red helmet and the green livery in P4. He's just tracking, making sure he's in the right place. Tahirudin, after his frustration yesterday in P3, also in there, bike 22 in Quito.
Quito's kept himself in the mix towards the front of that group. Hafisa is well back, but so he was yesterday.
It's all bubbling up very nicely to the final hairpin. Who can actually keep the tightest line on the hairpin as they go up the hill, corner number 9. They'll be thinking about that hairpin and what position they can get into, even though subconsciously they know they shouldn't be.
Hafisa said it was his strategy on that final turn. I mean, if you look to the movements, I mean, how do you even make up that strategy? How do you model it?
Tahirudin once again bursts to the front.
Yeah, it's been a really good race for him so far. Let's see if he could convert it into a podium.
Well, he's made a real move. Nazrul Izzat is in there as well.
There's a bright orangey red, all for one, one for all.
One for all even. Right then, a little break has been made by Ayman Tahirudin. Is he going to get swallowed up by the chasing peloton at the moment? No. Cardinals Racing Team looking anxiously on. Is he able to hold on? Tell you what, Tahirudin, he's got... Oh, Tahirudin taking out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go! Tahirudin loses it, and in the end it's going to be a sprint for the line between 5. Who is going to make it? Nazrul Izzat tries to get there, and the race win will go to Nazrul Izzat Bahudin over Kiandra, John Emerson and Guito, Pirapong, Izzat Zaidi and Murabil. Well, what a performance that is from Kiandra. He's thinking he's won it, I think, unless he's so thrilled about a P2. But the 12-year-old has P2. Nazrul Izzat, it came down to corner number 15, and there was mayhem, Barry Russell.
That was absolute mayhem. Almost taken down in that was Wayuaji. He just managed to stay upright and came through to finish in 7th. Disappointing given his form so far this season, but in terms of what he encountered in that multiple pile-up. Brilliant job.
Nazrul Izzat Bahudin welcomes the Malaysian flag, which just happens to be available for him. It's not like this is planned, because nobody can plan winning in 150. He just comes on the inside. Kiandra is giving it everything, maybe hunker down a little bit more.
And he's so light.
So light. Nazrul Izzat gets there, and in the end it's a full bike length that takes it. John Emerson and Guito and Pirapong are right in there as well.
Yeah, good to see John Emerson and Guito convert what's been some good form into a podium as well. There he is. Fantastic job. Stayed out of trouble. Now look at the both Cardinals bikes got caught up in that. That's Tahirudin's bike looking rather sad, and
well, he had it coming into this final corner.
Yeah.
Bike number 55 had the lead. Oh, and it's the Indonesia bike that comes and takes him out and takes out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at the same time.
Yeah, disappointing for Cardinal.
Dimas Julie it was who took out Ayman Tahirudin and Afif Amran. That is a tough time for Cardinals Racing. And Tahirudin, for the second time, is incandescent with another athlete for taking him out.
Yeah, he really didn't deserve that. Great form all the weekend, and he rode that race beautifully right up until that point, and really fancied him podium.
Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin, Uma Racing Yamaha Maju Motor Asia team, takes the victory. 0.04 ahead of Kiandra Ramadipa. John Emerson Agito for Yamaha Racing Team, 0.07 behind. Pitabong Lumboimpeng, 1/10 down. Izzat Zaidi in P5, good points for him. Murabil picks up P6 for the Indonesia Racing Team. Wayu Aji Trilaksana still in the points, as was April King Moscado for the Philippines, down in P8. 8 points for Uma Racing Yamaha Philippines. Hafiza Rofa, P9 for Hafiza. Jordan Badaru back in the points. The Vietnamese both picking up points after the carnage. 28 seconds down, but they'll be happy. Antoine and Duktam both in the points. Kapita Kreshna, a frustrating P13. Ahmed Fazrul Sham, who had at one time being the leader, he got up off his bike to finish. He was caught in that crash at the end. No finish for Afif Amran or Ayman Tahirudin, and that is really bad news. Tough luck. Dimas Julie, he started the incident. He was the cause of the incident. Giancarlo out, Ashraf Daniel out, Uezu out, Fazli Sham out, Shafi Grosley out, Charles Jazras out, Hafid, the first of them going out as well. Carnage! Fantastic.
And from the championship point of view, Des, Afif Amran didn't finish. Wayu Aji managed to stay up and finish 7th. So let's have a look at the standings as they come through. Unless you make it first on that wonderful spreadsheet you've got right in front of you there.
It'll put Wayu Aji onto 65 points, 20 ahead of Ahmed Afif Amran. As for Nazrul Izzat, well, his first victory of the season, of course.
And they're as happy as they could be with that. As well they should be. They stayed out of trouble, got the result, and look at that. We saw yesterday, after he failed in Superpole, this young lad, first of all taken by the hand, he was so sad, and then given a piggyback back to his pit garage. Now, it's a little bit different. Wonderful stuff.
27-point weekend for a 12-year-old Kiandra Radamipa.
Being congratulated warmly by Helmi Asman, I see.
And also John Emerson and Ngito. There's a big Philippines contingent here at the ARRC. 16 points for Ngito. And after he crashed out yesterday, he'll be pretty happy. And I think we can possibly go down and get 1 or 2 interviews with Daniel, who's down in the Parc Ferme, ready to talk to the 321.
So we're down here at Parc Ferme for the race for the Underbone 50, the 150, sorry, the race 2 result. In third place is none other than John Emerson Ingrito. So John, what an exciting race and what a moment there at turn 15, and that paved the way for an amazing podium. How do you feel about it?
Napakahaba ng panahon na hinintay ko ulit makapresto sa international dito, lalo sa ARRC. Itong laban na to, siguro hindi ko inakala na may papanalo ko talaga, dahil sabi ko kung ano yung ibigay sa akin ni God, gagawin ko na lang yung best ko para magawa ko yung, mabalikan ko yung mga pagod ng mga sumuporta sa akin, mga mekaniko ko, at nagtiwala sa akin. Ginawa ko ito para sa Pilipinas. Laban.
Thank you so much, John. Congratulations. And we'll head to P2. We're just waiting for them to enjoy their podium celebrations. Let's get him over here. And of course, it's our 12-year-old racing for the SCK Honda Racing Team, Muhammad Kiandra Ramadipa. So, Kiandra, what a ride. In race 1, you were well within the front group, and now you got a podium. You're 12 years old. How was that last lap for you?
Yeah, I so very happy. Thanks to Allah, thanks to my team, thanks my sponsor. Saya melakukan yang terbaik di last lap tadi. Saya tidak nafsu karena motor saya udah nggak kuat, udah Yeah, thanks.
Congratulations, Mama Kiandra. Great emotions down here. And for the race winner, we have a rider who's fought all the way through. It's Nazirul Izzat Muhammad Bahaudin. So Nazirul, what a ride. As I said to all the other podium winners so far, the turn 15 incident really paved the way and you stayed steady and you followed all the way through. What went through your mind at that last turn?
Okay, first kali saya terima kasih pada kru saya, family saya dan kawan-kawan saya. Terima kasih selalu support saya. Dan kami daripada tim sangat struggle daripada Jumaat, Sabtu sampai hari Ahad ni. Dan saya dapat memberikan satu hadiah pada tim saya. Dan saya betul-betul ini satu hadiah untuk pada arwah bapa saya. Itu je.
Thank you so much, Nazirul.
Well, Daniel having to work extra hard there. Great reactions from the 12-year-old. As we look at the highlights of a remarkable race. We almost need just to go to the final corner, don't we? There was so much build-up to it, but the final corner is what decided absolutely everything. You can have all the tactics in the world, as Waiwaji Trilaksana did, to get himself, after a poor start, back up to the front. But
and there you see Waiwaji getting stood up there, and straight after, he just recovered, made his way back through into contention.
There would be a number of casualties. Hafid was the first one to go out, and then being pushed wide, allowing Ayman Tahirudin. Ayman Tahirudin's the tough luck story of this, as Charles Shazras spins out for the second time. As we have a look at Charles Shazras, pole sitter, but crashed out on both days.
That's it. Learning experience for him. He'll be back.
1XOX enjoying the racing that was really competitive. We keep saying with Thunderbone 150 it's so congested, any little bit of contact makes life really difficult. But then you had Afif Amran making his way forward as Oazo went out. Another difficult time for Team One for All.
April King Moscato, he had a good showing.
And then Julie, bike 202, he would cause the carnage. There's Sharo Shazras being called out, and then this is the final lap. You've got to wait until corner number 15 until we sort it out. But Ayman Tahirudin in the lime green colours, he had made a really good lap. He'd got himself ahead, he'd got himself into position where he was in control of the race coming into the final corner, and then Barry Russell.
Snap. Hit from behind by Dimas, as you said, and no chance for him, not his fault. Really unfortunate, and both those Cardinals machines who fought so well. Look at this.
The race for the line won by Nazrul Izzat Bahaudin. Kiandra Radhanipa in P2, the 12-year-old. Gosh, his helmet's as big as him. He's what a talent this kid is.
I'll tell you what, his interview wasn't so bad either. Not sure how I would have done if I was interviewed on TV at 12 years old.
Second time today, Nagara Coup has been played over the PA system. That's for Najrul Izzat of the UMA Racing Yamaha team. Prizes for this to be handed out by the FIM Asia president, Stefan Karapie. Gentlemen all looking very smart in their new uniforms. A big smile from Stefan and a big hug.
Yeah, this is the race at which there have been more Filipino riders than any other in ARRC history.
That's a real collection there for Stefan. He's Filipino. He's got a Filipino to congratulate, a 12-year-old to congratulate for SEK Honda Racing Team, Kiandra, Radamipa. And then the race winner in the most dramatic of circumstances, Najrul Izzat Mohammed Bahoudin. He won it by 0.044 of a second after a last gasp burst. Shinobata, the managing director of Idemitsu Lube Malaysia, hands out the team prize to UMA Racing Yamaha, Maju Motor Asia team. This is dramatic. Underbone never, ever fails to surprise. Fabulous stuff. Najrul Izzat with the victory for UMA Racing Yamaha, SEK Honda Racing's Kiandra in P2. John Emerson Ngito for 4S1M Yamaha Racing out of the Philippines.
Yeah, and one of the promotional girls there had stood to one side because she was eclipsing Kiandra.
Here's the standings. Wayu Ajitrilaksana extends his lead in the overall standings over Izzat Zaidi to 13 points. Ahmed Afif Amran, 45 points, is 7 points adrift. 8 points adrift of him is Najrul Izzat, who's just won that race win. Jordan Badaru, he got on the points. Hafiza Rofa, points today after the win yesterday. April King Moscato, 32 points, level in P6. Dimas Julie, who was the bad boy of the last lap crash, he is down in P8. Oh, gosh, you always need a deep breath. Those clouds, though, they're looking a little bit darker, a little bit ominous. There is the possibility of rain. We've got 3 more races to come. Coming up after the break, we move on to the Asia Production 250cc. This is the Asian Road Racing Championships coming to you from the Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. The FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, round 2 of 5, comes to you today from the Sepang International Circuit. Des Corker alongside Barry Russell guiding you through 5 top races this afternoon. We've had the TBS 1-Make Championship, that was exciting. We've had the Underbone 150cc, that was absolutely scintillating. Next up, the Asia Production 250cc, which if yesterday is anything to go by, will be pretty good as well. It's hot and sunny out there, but those clouds are getting a little bit thicker. There is the possibility of rain a bit later on. Right, on to the AP 250s. Let's have a look at yesterday's Race 1 highlights. Race 1 highlights, and Andy Mohammed Fadli, bike number 108, on pole position, getting off to a really good start. And for quite a while, Barry Russell, it looked like Andy Mohammed Fadli was going to really take this race by the scruff of his neck. It wouldn't prove to be as easy as it seemed in the first lap.
Yeah, his dominance of the weekend from Friday through to qualifying did indicate that, as you can see on the screen now, that he would probably stretch away, possibly with his wingman, Aiki Iyoshi, to help him, but it didn't work out like that at all. The Astra Hondas, which had been struggling this weekend, haven't been here for 2 years, and it took a while for them to find the right setup, but they did come back, and very much so with the former champion Reza Danica RNs.
Yeah, Reza Danica getting there. There were 1 or 2 casualties, that's just spinning off there, but Iyoshi, he took the race by the scruff of the neck midway through, getting the better of Andy Mohammed Fadli, but Reza Danica, he just attached himself to the back of the Kawasaki's, and the improvement of the Astra Honda racing machine over the weekend was actually really, really impressive to see. It then became a 4-man race when they were joined, sorry, this is the battle for P3, isn't it? Where Adananta and Angie Setiawan and Aldi Setja were involved in a little bit of a battle for P4. And then there was a problem for Idlan Hakimi, just sliding off much his own frustration. But back at the front, Andy Mohammed Fadli, Reza Danica and Iyoshi, they were looking to really sort out who the victor was going to be.
Yeah, Andy Fadli really had to work hard for this. What I liked in the post-race interview with Daniel was how he said how much he'd enjoyed racing with these 2 guys, and that's really how it should be. It's not always how it is.
Pushed wide was Iyoshi. Reza Danica just managed to get back in, and taking advantage of the slight mistake by Reza Danica was Andy Mohammed Fadli. It looked comfortable in the end. It was half a second the victory distance, but it was anything but comfortable.
Right up to the entrance to that last turn.
So there was Andy Mohammed Fadli. That is his 2nd race win in succession. He also had a P3. This is the Cepung Circuit. It's 15 turns, 10 right, 5 left, 2 long straight. It's a clockwise circuit, and it's bizarrely, it's strangely undulating. It doesn't seem it until you actually get out on the circuit, but turn 1 and 2, there's a dip. Turn 4, you go down a hill. Turn 9, you come up a hill. It's very, very undulating all the way.
Yeah, and that's really challenging for the riders to shift their weight around and get it right, keep the bike under control.
Okay, as we look down on the grid, we've got the bird's eye view, and amongst that morass of people, we've got Daniel Boogers. Let's see who we can talk to.
So we're down here where the action begins for the AP 250 Race 2. We're down at the grid, and I got a few riders which I really want to have a chat with, and one of them is standing right in front of me. It is none other than Aiki Iyoshi. Aiki, so yesterday, race 1, very difficult race. We all know it was a really hard move at turn 15, and you still managed to finish on the podium. So for race 2, are you planning to do the same rhythm as you had yesterday, or are you planning something different?
Yeah, yesterday race was so surprise, but the race 2, I don't lose, I will win. So I will try again. I'm more improved. I'll do my best. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Aiki. So we're gonna head next to Aiki now at P4. We have Angie Setiawan. So Angie, you were really good in yesterday's race. It was a strong performance from you, but it was a difficult race nevertheless. Now starting from P3, in race 1 you finished P5 yesterday. How was yesterday for you?
Ya, dengan race 1 kemarin saya ada beberapa mengalami
problem di masalah suspension, tapi kita sudah improve dengan pagi tadi. Semoga di race 2 ini kita mendapatkan hasil yang baik.
Thanks so much, Angie. Good luck for this race. Now we're gonna head back down where you can see the sea of Astra Honda behind here. But we're gonna try to talk to one of the riders at the back of the grid, and it's one of the riders that will definitely ring a few bells in people's heads. As we're going down, we can see Muhammad Muzaki here, which we had a chat with yesterday. Akid Aziz as well, one of the young Malaysian talent coming up through the ranks. And we're gonna go talk to Cao Vietnam, who's right back here. So, Cao Vietnam, how has this ARC been for you? Because you joined here since 2018, right? And what's your experience been like so far in ARC? You've joined us in Asia Road Racing since 2018. How's it been so far now since then? Didn't earplug, so I'm gonna have to talk a bit louder. So you've joined us since 2018 in Asia Road Racing. How has it been so far since then, and how do you feel being back in Sepang now?
I really like in Sepang because I have a very good moment in Sepang when I start in 2019, first top 10 in Sepang. So it 2 years we cannot racing by pandemic. So I hope today can make something special like inside a top 10 and near a winner.
Thank you so much for that, and we'll head back to Des and Barry in the studio.
Thanks very much. Full international audience for us there, I tell you. We had a Vietnamese, we had an Indonesian. Who do we start with? We started with Japanese as well. So a little bit of everything from Daniel, who's working hard down in the pit lane. This is Adananta Putra, who had a really strong performance in Buram by Russell without getting any reward whatsoever. 2 did not finishers. He's a better racer than those results suggest.
Yes, he certainly is, and I think he will be expecting to show something today. I'm expecting him to come through in the leading group today.
Firdaus Hamdan is on board as well. Firdaus was a non-finisher yesterday. Where are we on the grid? I'm just trying to find out where we are.
That's Senthil.
Oh, this is Senthil, yes. So Senthil Chandrasekaran, we're coming from the back to the front. There we go, our director sorting us out here. Honda CBR 250. The Indian connection. There's a good little battle between Senthil and Setu Rajiv. But this is the man they've all really got to follow. The Kawasaki is performing magnificently.
Yeah, he is. And like you said, Des, on paper, that half-second victory yesterday looked comfortable, but it was anything but. But apart from having that high-pressure race all weekend, every session he topped. Practice, qualifying. That is Setu Rajiv, more experienced than Senthil, and a little better known perhaps in India. And big following, of course, in India, the second most populous nation on the planet.
For Setu, he's picked up points in every round so far, but always outside the top 8. Herjan Atna Firdaus, sorry, he was the non-finisher yesterday. Herjan Atna for Astra Honda Racing. A good contingent from Astra Honda, but Adananta hasn't picked up the points. 2 DNFs. He had a P4 yesterday. The only real Astra Honda Racing consistent racer is Reza Danica, bike number 123, with a P1, a P2 and a P3 so far this season.
Yeah, and here's somebody who's had a disappointing weekend by his standards, Rafid Topan Sucipto. He looks pumped now. He hasn't performed as we expected after that fantastic P2 he scored in Buriram.
Yeah, the LFN Indonesia racing team are very competitive in Buriram. It's not quite gone their way so far, but I'm sure they'll be trying to sort things out. A P4 and a P2 for him there.
And here's a rider I'd like to see more
Akid,
of for sure here.
Yeah.
Akid Aziz, former underbone champion, and his first season on a conventional motorcycle. I think he'll be improving all the way through the season. Let's hope we see something good today. 1, 2, 3. That very well-known number of Reza Danica RNs.
There he is. He got a P2 yesterday. 5 points behind Andy Mohammed Fadli. Did well because he was so far off the pace in qualification. Reza Danica, the Astra Honda pit crew did a really good job to make him competitive. He was just eased out into P2, but nonetheless, every point you make could be valuable because it's a long old season, 10 races in total.
And his move up to catch up with the leading two was impressive in this class. It's very difficult to make up a gap like that. Idemitsu, of course, very much in presence here. This is the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And there it is, resplendent on the start line banner as well.
18 starters there will be for this Asia Production 250cc race. Championship leader is the pole sitter, Andy Mohammed Fadli, who's on the right, front right in the lime green of your screen. Reza Danica is in P6, so second row on the left. This is the formation lap. 18 competitors in all, and we'll go through the runners and riders and maybe get a comment from Barry about how they might fare.
Yeah, Andy Fadli, big smiles, enjoyed the battle yesterday. He wasn't fazed at all by that.
Here's the great Andy Mohammed Fadli from Indonesia alongside his teammate Aiki Ayoshi with Angie Setiawan from Yamaha Racing Indonesia in P3.
Yeah, second row led by Ray Ratakori, who disappointingly crashed yesterday. He's got alongside him Adananta, who's got something we're waiting for him to show us, and second place man yesterday, the impressive, consistent number 1, 2, 3 Reza Danica RNs.
There's a lot of Indonesians involved there. Herjan Atna Firdaus makes it 6 out of 7 Indonesians on the front 3 rows of the grid. Then you have Piawat, who owes us a performance, I think, owes himself a performance, and his team. Muzakir Mohammed alongside them on the 3rd row.
Yeah, and 4th row led by Rafid Topan Sucipto with Akir Aziz next to him and Aldi Satya Mahendra alongside him.
On to row number 5, Idlan Hakimi, who's a young racer who crashed out yesterday, but plenty expected from the Idemitsu Bunchu Honda team of him. Cao Vietnam, who was in looking very happy actually. He's regularly inside the top 10 now, and Fitriancia Kete in P15.
And qualified 16 is Setu Rajiv. Next to him, his Indian teammate Senthil Chandrasekaran. And finally, Firdaus Hamdan.
Firdaus, no points yesterday. That was his first appearance of the season for the Malaysian Idemitsu Bunchu Honda team.
So looking at these, we've already mentioned we want to see a little bit more from Akir Aziz, who is 11th yesterday.
And Rafid Topan, I think you called that one quite right. He was so consistent with a P4 and a P2 in Buriram. It was disappointing that he was only in the top 10 yesterday.
Yeah, and his general demeanour is he looks disappointed or frustrated. However, on the grid, he was looking very much happier this morning, and he's a real fighter, as is Ray Ratakuri.
Yeah.
It's good to see the Yamahas up. Ray Ratakuri himself said at the press conference that the Yamaha is slow compared to the Kawasaki's and Hondas. I'm not sure if he was given a script by anyone to say that. I doubt it.
Well, it has been that way. I mean, the Kawasaki's in practice, in qualification, right the way through this weekend, they have been quickest. Plus, they got the victory yesterday. So the writing is there that the Kawasaki's are quick. But Reza Danica showed that you can compete with them.
Yes, he has. It just took them a while to get used to this circuit. The characteristics have changed a little bit. We can probably have a moment to talk about that a little bit later as the man with the red flag gets ready to run.
Reza Danica very, very late into position, as was Angie Setiawan. Now there's your man, Rafid Topan Sucipto, 3rd in the championship. It's an 8-lap race, and we are underway. Andy Mohammed Fadli gets off to a nice, clean start. A lot of green around Angie Setiawan. Andy Mohammed Fadli toes Ayoshi. Angie Setiawan is being bullied just a little bit as Adananta comes through the pile, and Adananta will move into P2. Was a little bit of a back wobble there from Andy Mohammed Fadli. Didn't look secure at all.
Yeah, Fadli got out of shape under braking there. First corner jitters a little bit perhaps, but a nice move into the front by Adananta. We said we wanted to see something, and thank you very much.
Indeed,
there
he
is.
He was a bit unfortunate not to get points in Buriram at all, Adananta. Very, very early stages of the races, but that's an encouraging start from him. Andy Mohamed Fadli has recovered to get into P2 with Ayoshi in P3. Is that Ray Ratakore in P4 pulling the
yeah, it is.
Yamahas through?
Yeah, and Akid Aziz just chasing Rafid Topan a few places further back from them.
Fadli goes into the lead, takes the inside line. Looked nice and aggressive in retaking that lead from Adananta. I'm seeing where Reza Danica is. He's gone a long way backwards, Reza Danica. He's still out on the track, but he's struggling just a little bit. Bike 1, 2, 3. He's not in the top 6 at the moment.
Yeah, he's well back. He's nowhere near the top 10, in fact. That's what happened to him. We missed that and saw Piawat Patumios, who has had a slightly disappointing weekend by his standards. He got out of shape going into that turn, so he's dropped back a few places, giving himself a little bit more work to do. But it's Andy Mohamed Fadli leading Adananta at this stage.
Yeah, Adananta and Fadli have swapped positions 2 or 3 times already. Ray Ratakore nicely tucked in P3. Angie Setiawan in there as well. It's settling down quite nicely as they come into the long penultimate straight for the very first time. 8-lap race. It's Andy Mohamed Fadli who is leading the way. Now, he was leading the way after 1 lap yesterday, and I certainly made the mistake of saying, this is a race 1 already, and it became very competitive. But bike 1, 2, 3, Reza Danica was much closer than he is here. Reza Danica just getting himself up into P8 as they go through the hairpin for the first time.
Aiki Iyoshi trying to push himself up into contention in this group, just having a little tussle with Aldi Satya Mahendra at the end of this first lap.
You forget that Aldi Setya is just a young lad as well. He's a teenager still.
Yeah, 16 years old. As they move to the outside of the track under braking for turn 1. It's Adananta leads them through again.
Astra Honda Racing leading the way, but Reza Danica needs to get closer. He's the Astra Honda lead man. Adananta will have something to say about that, of course, but Andy Mohamed Fadli is in his wake. Ray Ratakore looking neat and tidy. Such a clean racer is Ray Ratakore.
He is a really good quality rider, and he's got Andy Fadli.
Ray Ratakore goes on the inside into P2 as a slight mistake from Adananta. One mistake and you're just gobbled up by the peloton.
Yeah, Ratakuri went through as well. And Aiki Iyoshi looking for something on the inside there too. He's having a little battle there with Aldi Satya.
Where's Reza Danica? That's my question. You don't mind being in the group behind, but you don't want to be too far behind. There he is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's okay for Reza Danica. Akid Aziz is tracking Reza.
Well, he showed yesterday that he can work his way up from a disadvantaged position. He did very well, but he's got more work to do today probably than then. And Piawat is the Thai rider trying to pull himself onto the back of that group.
Adananta makes a mistake there, and that just allows Andy Mohamed Fadli to push away a little bit further. Ayoshi has to slam on the brakes as Setiawan goes in front of him.
Yeah, and Aldi Satya very much in that battle. He's only 16 years old, but he's not a small lad. He's making his presence felt.
No, he's grown a lot in the last 2 years. I remember seeing him. He went famously in Suzuka in the wet once, and he was a tiny lad. And then I saw him racing in Indonesia, the Grand Prix last year, and he was a big fellow.
Yeah, I must admit, I came to the press conference expecting a little kid, and he's taller than me.
Andy Mohamed Fadli leads the way. Adananta is there. Ray Ratakore is still holding in nicely, but he's lost the place to Iyoshi. So Adananta is the Astra Honda follower, the chaser today. As they come through, it's less than a second separating 1 from 6. So Reza Danica is in that front group of 6. Angie Setiawan. Rafid Topan is also not too far away. Neither is Piawat, neither is Herjan. Nobody's been able to make a break.
Yeah, Angie Setiawan needs to move himself up a little bit as well. He's got 2 Yamahas in front of him. 2 of them stuck together there. Ray Ratakuri and Aldi Satya. Ray just trying to go through there.
See the There's one big group of 12 racers. Well, yeah. And then Fidrianta, Idlan Hakimi is being dropped off.
Yeah, and here comes Reza Danica. He's on the move now.
Yeah, he is. Bike number 123, look out for him. He is currently second in the championship standings. He's had a podium in all 3 races, so he likes the publicity.
Yeah, he's gone past Angie Setiawan in the last couple of corners.
At the front though, it's the Kawasaki Green and Fadli and Ayoshi. Ayoshi we thought was kind of playing guardsman a little bit, but now Ayoshi's taken the front runner status from Andy Mohamed Fadli. That's a good little battle, that. We don't talk about Ayoshi as much because Fadli had that championship winning season when he won just about everything. Won just about every race that season, but we forget about Ayoshi's contribution.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him because he's a really strong combative rider and he clearly doesn't like being thought of as playing second fiddle to Andy Fadli. You can see that.
So, at the moment, he's established himself quite a healthy lead. His last lap time at 2:27.2. Sorry, a 2:26.9. Only Reza Danica, 2:26.8, has been inside of him. Piawat at 2:26.8 as well, to be fair. Inside the...
Yeah, nice performance from Adananta so far. Right up there with those 2 Kawasaki's. As the senior...
What's the best line to take on that hairpin? It could be any, couldn't it?
It depends where everybody else is, basically, doesn't it? Adananta coming back through. Kawasaki power versus Honda power. Not much to choose between it.
And Reza Danica's got himself up into P4. He's just worked his way up very nicely. In fact, he's up into the P3 now. And Astra Honda Racing. Yeah, Reza Danica's just the phrase you used yesterday, which I like very much, let the race come to him.
Yes, he did. He's mature. Experienced racer, and you can see he's grown a lot. Not in stature, in physical stature, but I think as a rider, the way he conducts himself, the way he speaks, is a lot more like the finished article than he was back in 2019.
Front group of 6, maybe 7 is pulling away. Aldi Setia's got himself on the back end of that group of 6, but it's Ayoshi, Adananta, Reza Danica, Andy Mohamed Fadli, Andy Setiawan. Ray Ratakore is just holding on there, and Aldi Setia on the Yamaha's attached himself to the back end of that group of 6.
Yeah, it was a slightly larger group, but you've got Hergen just dropping back a little bit. Let's see, where's Aldi Setia now?
7th, yeah, in the blue Yamaha, just off the tail end.
Just dropped off the back a little bit, and Piawat, who had been in touch with that group, has just dropped back a little bit.
Like yesterday, it's fascinating. You can see it just developing beautifully into the last lap or so. That's when the real race of here will take place. Up until then, you've got to jockey for position, not let anybody get away. Ayoshi made an attempt to get away, and the peloton kind of worked to bring him back into play.
Yeah, and it's Adananta that's putting him under pressure at the moment. Andy Fadli goes inside Reza Danica to take 3rd place. Angie Setiawan holding on well. Now the best Yamaha.
Yamaha Racing Indonesia. I've got Angie and Aldi Setia. Aldi trying to hold on. The long line. You can see Rafid Topan, bike number 50 at the tail end. It's a bit far down. He's a full second, maybe a second and a half down on the race leaders as they come through. We are now at the halfway stage of this race. It's the Kawasaki's who are 1 and 2. The Kawasaki of Ayoshi leads from Andy Mohamed Fadli and Reza Danica, Adananta, Angie Setiawan. Not a lot those guys can do anymore. Those clouds, look in the distance.
they got a bit dark and then they went all fluffy again yesterday, Des, so ever the optimist. Let's hope that happens again today.
The rain can come very quickly here though. It's not threatening at the moment, but the darker it gets, and I'm thinking not for this race. This race will be unaffected.
You won't be the only one watching the skies at this point, Des. But
Ayoshi,
still at the front.
Yeah, Ayoshi is very much looking at the tarmac ahead of him. 2 Astra Honda racing bikes. big sandwich between the two Kawasaki's, the Yamahas just behind them.
It's a double-decker, that one, isn't it?
Where's Ray Ratakori gone? Ratakori's dropped backwards, hasn't he? Back into P7. Actually, even further.
Now the third of the Yamahas, yeah. And then there's a gap, little gap back to Herjanatna Firdaus and Piawat, who was initially staying with this group but has dropped back a little bit. We're just thinking about the reasons for that, the non-Malaysian teams that have come here. What they found is, I was talking to the Honda Thailand team boss earlier, is that the track is a little more bumpy than before, perhaps from car racing that's happened here.
Yeah, there was a car event last week. That's
And Andy Farid Izdihar, when I spoke to him after qualifying yesterday, he said that the track was more slippery than 2 years ago. So interesting to get those comments, but it does underline the challenge that they've had to get the setup right once again. They can't just come here with 2-year-old data and run straight at the front.
Well, Ayoshi has made another charge for the front, and he's got himself a little bit of a gap, 0.4 of a second in the lead, which doesn't sound a lot, but if he can continue this pace, what was his last lap time? He was at 2:26.9. Let's just go down to Daniel, who's in one of the garages. Let's get some inside information on what's going on the circuit.
So I'm here at the Yamaha Racing Team Indonesia pit. We're trying to talk to the team manager to see how they think the riders have fared so far. So far it's a good race coming from your riders. How do you think it's been so far in this race?
Yes, it was impressive, and then it's a quite good for our riders.
That's
but unfortunately,
one of the Yamahas.
I think it's Angie, isn't it?
Angie has a crash, but now our rider stay in the top group to fight for the podium.
Yeah, it's been a great race so far, and let's hope for more.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Back to you, Barrington.
Oh dear, what the worst possible time to go to the Yamaha Racing Indonesia pit lane, as Angie Setiawan is out.
Yeah, disappointing for him, because he is a rider that we always hope to see, but Adananta has put himself in the front while we were talking there in the Yamaha garage.
Sorry, it was Aldi Satya who's out. No, Angie is still involved. Angie's in P5, I think. Aldi Satya is the young lad who crashed out.
Right, screens haven't adjusted yet, let's see. But yeah, Aldi Satya out, and there's a distinct group of 4 now at the front. So, big fight for the final podium place, 2 or 3 laps time for sure.
Building up as they come up the hill once again. So easy to get that wrong, as Andy Mohamed Fadli has to fight the Kawasaki just to stay online.
But it is Aiki Iyoshi who's looking the most composed at the front. And Adananta just took a look behind him towards his teammate. There won't be team orders, I'm sure, at this stage in the season. But where it's at is with this group of 4 behind them. I think that might be another Astra Honda leading that way. That will be Herjun. Perhaps from Angie Setiawan. Not sure if that crash upset the order further back or not. That's Herjun. That's Aldi Satya.
It is Aldi Satya, isn't it? It must have been Angie Setiawan who went out. Bizarrely, the lap mark of the data that we're getting is showing Angie Setiawan invisibly setting lap times. Nonetheless, here's Adananta. This is the front. Adananta has the lead. There'll be 2 laps to go here. Bit like yesterday, Barry Russell. This is building up to a climax, and you're going to have 4 competitors right at the very end, going into turn 15, in with a chance of winning this race, as Reza Danica takes the lead for the very first time.
They're all capable of winning, yes, and as you said, for the very first time, here's Reza Danica. Let's see what he can do. I'm not sure that he's got the speed to break away. He's got Andy Fadli behind him and Aiki Iyoshi, who has led a lot of this race, now back in 3rd. This is really getting interesting. And Adananta, who's spent a lot of time at the front too, just at the back of that leading group.
These 4 will split it between them. The Motul Sniper Manual Tech Racing Team and the Astra Honda Racing Team. Reza Danica, Andy Mohamed Fadli, Adhananta Putra.
Yeah, and I think that's leading the little battle behind them.
That's Herjan
yeah.
who's the Astra Honda, who is probably a bit too far away to make an impact this late into the race.
Yeah, Piawat also there, showing a little better than yesterday.
Aldi Satya has dropped back, so maybe he's been mentally affected by that crash for Angie Setiawan. As Andy Mohamed Fadli drives up the hill in P1. Reza Danica looks on the inside of Ayoshi.
Well, any one of these is capable of winning. Perhaps one of those is right at the back of this group at the moment, and that's Reza Danica RNs, the 2018 champion. And such a clever, consistent, fast rider.
Right, has he made a break for it? Has Fadli been able to break the toe? He's only got Ayoshi, who's staying with him, hunkering down over the handlebars as low as they can possibly get, wind resistance as low as they possibly can get.
And he takes the tight line. Let's see who comes out first.
Ayoshi did well.
Yeah, he did.
He went wide and pulled it tight on the switchback, so it's Ayoshi who has the lead going into the final lap. Ayoshi from Fadli. Kawasaki, Reza Danica in P3. They've got some work to do, have the Astra Honda, and they are actually doing that. They've caught up and taken the lead with Adhananta Putra. That's interesting.
Yeah, one of the interesting things that I like about the Cepung Circuit is that long run from the start-finish line down to turn 1, because it shows you the power differential, if any, and you can see there that the Honda power is at least equal to the Kawasaki.
But it doesn't come into play next lap because they've already passed the finish line.
Correct,
so that's fascinating. In the Astra garage, they are looking on pretty tense. They have the lead at the moment. Adhananta Putra and Reza Danica, 1, 2, 3 and 21. Herjan not a million miles away in P4, but it's these four we're looking at for the podium positions. Fadli looks on the inside. Adhananta tracks Andy Mohamed Fadli. Asia Production 250cc bubbling up very, very nicely. Any mistake from these, and Herjan and Aldi Setia aren't too far behind.
Yeah, there are two very well-organised teams represented here at the front. Let's see, they're fanning out now, so it's difficult to see, but
going up
really
the
close.
hill, that's tight. So close to contact there. Andy Mohamed Fadli takes a straight line up the hill. It's a big long drag up the hill, and eventually he gets a drive out into this right-hand corner. Fadli doing the chasing. Reza Danica doing the leading. And he's conserved his tyres as well into the business end of the circuit now. We've got the two long straights to go, and it's a 6-man race for the line.
I think it was in Reza's mind to try and just make a break then, but he's not going to get away.
He's not going to get away. Reza Danica, 1, 2, 3, stays tight to the grandstand line. When will they pull out? Adhananta's got himself into the front. So congested. Herjan's made a move. Ayoshi is tight. Ayoshi tight line. Andy Mohamed Fadli is there. Aldi Satya loses it. Ayoshi looks like he's going to break away. Ayoshi gets the drive, but Andy Mohamed Fadli and Ayoshi going wheel for wheel. And it's Andy Mohamed Fadli who picks up a win double. It's 3 in a row for the Indonesian, and doesn't he like it?
Look at that. A perfect weekend, and you can't understate how difficult that is. FP1, FP2, FP3, qualifying, race 1, race 2. Number 1, Andy Mohamed Fadli. Convincing now championship leader as we start to think about add the points up. It'll get well-deserved hug. That's a pretty reserved hug, actually.
It'll give him a 14-point lead in the overall championship race. Danica picked up another podium, so he won that battle with Aldi Seti Mahendra, who came through to pick up a P4 ahead of Adhananta. Adhananta, after being so involved in the lead, will be devastated to pick up only 11 points for P5.
Yeah, that was good recovery from Angie Setiawan to come through to 4th. The two groups just closed up in the last sector. Stunning from Andy Fadley.
Well, that's the line I keep talking about. What's the best line to take on the 15th corner? Andy Mohammed Fadley had the good line. It's a 1-2 for Motul Sniper Manual Tech Racing Team on the Kawasaki Ninjas. The differential 800ths of a second. Fadley from Ayoshi. Reza Danica from Aldi Setya. From Adananta Putra. Frustrating in P5. Herjan, a good P6 for him. Piawat, best results of the season, I think, in P7. Akira Ziz picked up 8.8 seconds drift in P8, but only 1.5 seconds between 1 and 7. Only 0.6 of a second between 1 and 6. Rafid Topan for LFN Indonesia Racing Team ahead of Muzakir Mohammed. Ray Ratakuri fell off the pace after a good start. Cal Vietnam, points once again for him. Hidlan Hakimi stayed on the bike today for Fidriansha in P14. Setu Rajiv winning the Battle of India ahead of Senthil in P15. Finishing was Firdaus Angie Setiawan. We saw him crash out. He was the only non-finisher of the race, but maximum points for Andy Mohammed Fadley.
Again.
91 points out of a possible 100 this season for Andy Mohammed Fadley. Reza Danica doing his best to keep track with him. 77 points with 2 P3s, a P2 and a P1, but he's 14 points adrift.
Yeah, and that was good work, or it worked out well anyway for Aiki Iyoshi to get between his teammate and Reza Danica to extend that advantage in the championship for Andy Fadley. Good result for Piawat. He's found it difficult at Sepang all the way through, but that P7, just 1.5 seconds behind the leader, was a good result for him. He has had to fight this season. He crossed the line first in Buriram in race 1, got bumped down to P2, and he can come away reasonably happy with his progress. Akid Aziz, he was 8 seconds off the winner, and therefore the ones that really got amongst it at the end. And he beat Rafid Topan and Muzakir Mohammed and Ray Ratakuri to take 8th place. So good progress for Akid Aziz, but here he comes. You can you don't need to imagine what that smile looks like under the visor there, as he comes into Parc Ferme.
Thrilled to bits, Andy Mohammed Fadley. He's a nice young man as well. He keeps a very modest head on those shoulders, and he keeps winning as well. After a P3 in that first race in Buriram, back-to-back victories, 3 in a row.
Yeah, and he's really enjoying his racing as well. There's real joy in the way he rides, and that makes a difference too. Yeah, very satisfied looking smiles there, and nice to see people in the grandstands as well.
It is, but the Honda fans don't look too thrilled, to be fair. It's all about Kawasaki, a 1-2. Iyoshi, poor old Iyoshi, has to play second fiddle once again. That's why there isn't such a big smile on Iyoshi's face. It's a job well done.
A little shake of the head there gives away how he's feeling. Reza Danica's kept his championship bid well in reach. There he goes as he gets wrapped up in his national flag. And there's a nice shot of the crowd. It has filled up this afternoon.
Right, Daniel is once again amongst the Parc Ferme, and we're hoping that he can get interviews with certainly the race winner, and hopefully the top 3, Reza Danica, Iyoshi and Andy Mohammed Fadley.
Yeah, we're pushed on the schedule, so I think it's going to be just confirmed winner only interview.
So you join me at Parc Ferme with the winner of the AP250 race to Andy Mohammed Fadley. So Andy, you seem like an unstoppable force in this category, but your teammate Aiki almost got you at the end of the race. Talk us through what happened in that last lap.
Yeah, in the last lap is very incredible because all rider is pushing to can win, but yeah,
today I repeat again from yesterday. I can get a double victory here. It's very important for me for my championship. But yeah, I want to say thanks to my team to give me everything and all the sponsor. I want to say thanks and keep looking for Sugo 2 months ago.
Thank you so much, Andy. Back to you, Desmond.
Race highlights of race number 2 of the weekend in the AP 250cc. Andy Mohammed Fadli, bike number 108, on pole position. Back-to-back wins coming into this race on a good bike that's performing well and performing confidently. Him, but a little bit of a wiggle on the first corner. Must have sent the nerves shaking a little bit.
Yeah, he got out of shape, and on that long drag I was talking about down to turn 1, the power of Adananta got him into an early lead, and he featured really strongly through this race. It was in the end a little disappointing for him to finish in 5th position.
It would be a 5-man race for the line. Ray Ratakore started well, bike 222, but would drop away. Ayoshi, as always, is in there. How frustrating for Ayoshi to play second fiddle when he's clearly a very, very good rider himself.
Yes, he is, yeah. You can see it, but here is Adananta. This was when Reza Danica was up at, yeah, he got himself back up in contention.
Reza Danica, there's Adananta. Adananta Putra was leading for a while. A good performance from Angie Setiawan until he crashed out in the middle of a garage interview from us as well, which was unfortunate timing, but never mind, that's live television. But the battle at the front, there is the a problem for Angie Setiawan, right in front of the camera as well. Yeah. But then Reza Danica got himself into the lead, and there was a hint that Reza might, with some help from Adananta, be able to pull this victory off for Astra Honda Racing.
Yeah, Astra Honda are good at this, but it didn't happen this time. The Kawasaki's were just too strong.
Coming into the final corner, Andy Mohammed Fadli has a nice tight line. Ayoshi goes slightly wide. Aldi Sati did really well to come through in P4. Reza Danica tries to accelerate away, but Andy Mohammed Fadli takes it from Ayoshi. Kawasaki 1-2. Reza Danica podium once again, but falls behind in the overall championship standings. 3 wins in a row for Andy Mohammed Fadli. And here is the podium, Reza Danica. I'm trying to work out Reza's mood, Barry Russell.
Let's take a look. He's impassive.
Ayoshi, I'm trying to work out his mood, Barry Russell.
He's disappointed. He wants to conduct the orchestra, but Andy won't give him the baton. Just to torture that metaphor.
Very used to standing on top of that podium, Andy Mohammed Fadli.
Enomoto, the managing director
AP
for
250cc.
Asia Pacific.
If he carries on this kind of form, well, is he going to go up the ranks? Will he push on to the 600s? As Masahiro Enomoto, the managing director of Idemitsu Lubricant Asia Pacific, he makes the presentation to the third place racer, Reza Danica Arons.
In second place, Aiki Iyoshi from the
To the second place will be Dato Haji Abdul Hamid bin Hussein, the Majlis Perbandaran of Sepang.
Trophy, we would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Dato Haji Abdul Hamid bin Hussein, Yang Ketua Majlis Perbandaran Sepang.
And Andy Muhammad Fadli waits for Dato Haji Hamid.
And to present the trophy to the best team, the Moto Sniper Manual Tag
Another win.
Team, we would like to invite Mr.
Another
Sepang
points.
Karapia.
6 races still to go for Andy Muhammad Fadli. A lot of work still to do in this season, but the form he's in, it really is his championship. He's taking control of it, Barry Russell.
Yeah, 4 podiums, including 3 wins. As here comes our friend, Mr. Stefan Karapiat.
Team Award 2 Motul Sniper Manual Tech Racing Team. A 1-2 for them. Good photo opportunity. That'll look good. Andy Muhammad Fadli on the Kawasaki Ninja, ahead of Aiki Iyoshi and Reza Danica Arons in P3 for the podium of race number 2. When we look at the overall championship standings, you'll see the dominance that the Motul Sniper Mantech Racing Team do have. Andy Muhammad Fadli, 3 wins in a row. P3 in the other race. Has 91 points, a 14-point lead over Reza Danica, who himself is 22 points clear of Aoshi, which must make it even more frustrating for Aoshi. Rapid Topan on 46 points is just down Aldi Satya Mahendra, who had a very good 4th place here into P5. Piawat on 38 points. We'll be looking at a top 4 spot at the end of the season, perhaps. Ray Ratakuri, Angie Setiawan level on 28 points. So another good race to report on. 2 more still to come for the afternoon's entertainment at Sepang. Those clouds looking fluffier and lighter. The rain looks less likely. We've got 2 races still to go coming up after a short break. We've got the Supersport 600cc. This is the Asia Road Racing Championships from Sepang in Malaysia. It's good to have your company wherever around Asia or the world you're watching the Asian Road Racing Championships. Welcome aboard. We are at the Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. As you can see, the clouds are a lovely fluffy white, which means rain is unlikely now. If it comes with thick, dark, thunderous clouds. Barry Russell is alongside me, Des Corkill in the commentary box. We've had 3 excellent races so far. We move next onto the Supersport 600cc. This is race number 2 of the weekend. Race number 1 yesterday saw an excellent performance from Ibrahim Noureddin. Race highlights from the Supersport 600 race 1 at the Sepang International Circuit. On pole position, we actually had Andy Farid Izdihar for the Astra Honda racing team, but Barry Russell, Andy Farid would find life pretty difficult, although he was able to pick up points. Starting from pole position didn't really help him.
Yeah, up until this point of the weekend, everything had been pretty much going according to plan for Andy Farid, and you had to fancy him for a win. As we saw, that was Krichapong Kausonti, the Thai rider, go off there. But back now with Karol Paui, and it was so good to see him back on form after his injury problems, but he was very much a force yesterday, as we shall see. And there's Helmi Asman, championship leader, who had a disappointing outing yesterday.
Yeah, Helmi Asman led the championship with a first and a second in Buram, but would only get a P4 as he was a little bit off the pace there. It was all a case of looking at Ibrahim Noureddin. We'll talk about Ibrahim Noureddin in a moment. We're still focusing on Helmi Asman, but bike number 66, and you used the phrase yesterday, which I loved very much. He let the race come to him. He didn't really get involved until about the midpoint, about 5 laps to go, so that by the time he was on the last lap, he was in genuine contention to take the victory.
It was a really mature performance, and he said he could see that the others were struggling with tyres. He was too, but somehow he managed to manage them better than the riders behind him. So managing worn tyres is a really important thing if you're going to win races and win championships.
Yeah, you saw his team manager there looking on anxiously. Didn't need to be anxious, because by the time they came down to the notorious corner 15, he had a half-second lead over Karol Idam Paui. Paui was looking over his shoulder to make sure he was able to hold on to P2, which he did from Azroy Hakim Anwar. But Ibrahim Noureddin really timed his run to absolute perfection, took the victory, moved himself to 2nd in the overall championship standings. That was then. This is now live at Sepang. The Sepang circuit, 15 corners, 10 right turns, 5 left turns, of which the most notorious is corner number 15, the hairpin at the end of the long straight into the home straight. But the circuit has behaved pretty well. There haven't been too many danger zones. It's more the riders have got themselves out of position. That's where accidents have happened.
That's definitely correct. Yeah, it's the riders that have caused the accidents, not the circuits. The visiting riders, i.e. the non-Malaysian riders, have noted the slight change in the characteristics of this track. It's a little bit more bumpy from car racing. You mentioned, Des, that there was a car race here last weekend. And also the grip levels have subsided a bit, so it's not as grippy as before. So that's given challenges for suspension setup for the visiting riders. Andy Farid Izdihar on the grid yesterday talking to Daniel said he was going to try and manage his tyres well. He seemed to run out of tyres about half race distance.
Okay, let's go down to Daniel and let's see what insights he can glean from the riders today.
Thank you so much, Bezandari. So you join us once again at the Supersport 600 grid for race 2 this time, and we're going to ask a couple of riders some questions, and I'm going to start with Krichapong. So Krichapong, you had a DNF in race 1. Could you tell us a bit about what happened there?
Yeah, in the race 1, I problem to the turn 14, problem to the I more to the fast, and think to the not to give in the tire something to the today I warm up to the setting in the bike for the race 1, I think to better to today better to I will do my best.
Thank you so much, Cepung. Good luck for the race. And we're gonna head for it now. We're gonna try and chat with the. We're gonna head to Ibrahim Karel Idam Pawi. We'll head to Ibrahim in just a short moment. Karel Idam Pawi. Super Kip, as he's recognized, he's sitting on second on the grid. So let's see if we can get a quick few words from Kip. So he's just having a chat with his team. Kip, so you had a great race yesterday. You finished P2, but your teammates were very close. They were both third and fourth, respectively, Helmi and Azrai. Do you think your team strategy, or if there was a team strategy, is going to work once again in this race?
Yes, for sure. We are trying to stay together and then try to make a plan in the circuit and try to use our power because we have 3 bikes, and let's see what we can do in the last race here.
Thanks so much, Kip, and good luck for this race. Now we're going to try head back down once again. Let's see if he's free. Yes, he looks free for now, but he looks very focused. And of course, we saw Ibrahim. He didn't qualify in a great position, but he had an absolutely amazing race. And let's get a quick word. So Ibrahim, you started P7 in race 1, but you came away as the winner. A great last lap as well. So Ibrahim, I want to ask you, do you think you can do it once again because you're starting at P7 again?
Yeah, I wish I can do better than yesterday. Yesterday was so perfect, and I know they might change their mind to bear with me, and also they have a better plan for today. So I wish I can make a better plan too and win the race for today.
If you don't mind me asking, since we're already on the grid, and I don't think any of the other teams are going to hear this, what is the difference between your plan yesterday and today, if you don't mind?
That might be the secret for me.
All right, thank you so much, Ibrahim. Good luck for this race. So it's back to you, Desenberry.
Well, he tried to get some insights, but quite rightly keeping out of it. I'd forgotten he's down in P7. Of course, he didn't qualify that quickly. That makes it even more impressive that he worked his way up so consistently through the pack.
That's right. I'm sure a strong start on that long drag down to turn 1 will be part of that plan, but let's see. But that was, yeah, nice interview. Daniel pushed it just right.
He tried. Daniel's an ex-racer himself, so he can ask questions sometimes the rest of us can't. Azrai Hakim Anwar for the Boonshu Honda Racing Team. He had himself a podium position yesterday, having missed the first 2 races through quarantine issues. He was kept in quarantine in Buriram. A podium is very nice. Galang Hendra Pratama, after his exploits in the World Series last year, should we expect more of the Yamaha of Galang Hendra?
Well, according to him, we should. He told me this morning, actually, that he would be on the podium today. Well, let's see what he can do. But he was definitely up for it. Helmi Asman here, we're looking at now. Disappointing race for him yesterday.
Well, P4 in the end, it's because he wasn't involved, I think, but he picked up points, perhaps more than the performance deserved.
He caught up the leaders and then he faded again. That was it. But I think he's strong enough mentally to put that behind him. And here's another man who needs to put a poorish result behind him as well. He's got plenty of fight in him, Ratapong Willarot. So he'll be looking to get his season on track now.
Doesn't have the factory team behind him though as much, so resources and the Yamaha seems a little bit underpowered.
Perhaps so, but he's up for it. There is Critchaporn, who Daniel was talking to just now, crashed out of course yesterday. Another much fancied Honda protege from Thailand.
He's had 2 did not finishers in 3 races, which in a shortest season, we've got 10 races throughout the season. 2 DNFs will hurt you very, very much. Irfan Ardiansya was there. Next to him, we have got Ratapong, and then Galang Hendra bike 55. And Izam Iqmal, let's not forget Izam, Super Izam, the man in green at the very, very back. The start he made yesterday, getting up from P12 to P1.
Yeah, he had a hard crash this morning, but got up. I saw him limping around. He came up to see race control about that crash. but I saw him in pit lane and he said, no, everything's okay now. He'll be fine. I said, are you going to make another start like that? And he said, oh, yes.
Phenomenal it was, absolutely phenomenal.
And another rider that's had problems, but is on the grid here, I see, is Kondonai Kiao, who wrecked his bike this morning.
Okay, here is the starting grid. Andy Farid Izdihar on pole position alongside Carol Idampawi in the Boonshu Honda. His teammate Azri Hakim on P3.
And leading the second row is Nakarin Atirat Puvapat. Next to him, Helmi Asman in P5 and Ratapong Wilrot for Yamaha Thailand in P6.
It really is a strong starting grid, because down in row 3 you've got yesterday's winner, Ibrahim Noruddin, alongside Irfan Ardiansa from Astra Honda Racing and Galang Hendra Pratama from Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
And in P10, Krichapon Kausonti, who wants to make up for his crash yesterday, is Amikmal, who set the start of the race alight yesterday in P11 and 12. Kondonai Kiao, who wrecked his bike this morning, as I was saying, but they seem to put it back together. That was an egg beater of a crash. It must have flipped over 5 times before it landed. So let's hope the young Thai rookie can get up and enjoy this race.
See, our graphics team had got an up-to-date picture of Izam Iqbal with natural blonde hair. So it's a strong group of racers. There's 9 who you would think, given an equal run of things, would have a genuine chance of winning the race. You've got real quality. Andy Farid and Powie have got international experience. Chip Nakarin, I know you rate very highly. Ratapong is a Thai champion. Ibrahim won yesterday. Galang Hendra, international experience. Some great riders out there.
Yeah, in fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5 of those, or possibly even 6, have international experience. It's really impressive, this field, and the racing is really tightly fought, and I can't wait for this race to start. It was such a good race yesterday.
Won yesterday by a really strong performance from Ibrahim Noruddin. This is his home circuit. He races for the SIC team, the Sepang International Circuit team. And there is his manager, Zulhelmi, who's a bad racer in his own right.
Very much so. Also international, distinguished international experience by Zulfami.
How do you see this one, Barry?
I see Andy Farid featuring more in this one. I see Nakarin featuring more too, because it's taken them a while to get used to the changing characteristics of the track. And
there's our guest of honour, by the way, Dato Haji Abdul Hamid bin Hussein.
Yeah, I think Ibrahim is going to... He's on good form. I wouldn't bet against him taking a double.
Right.
We'll soon find out.
12 on the grid. 10 laps of the Sepang International Circuit. Red lights are out and we are underway, and it's a solid, clean start from Andy Farid. Andy Farid then was just pulled away. Helmi Asman's made a decent start as well. Azroy Hakim as well. Andy Farid Izdihar. Who's that?
Oh, and he's down.
Is that Azroy Hakim? Azroy Hakim Anwar is down and out on turn number 1.
That was a real rodeo for Azroy. He almost held it, but that was just bucking too hard.
And then there were 11.
Disappointing for him after a great 3rd place yesterday. Let's take another look.
Oh, gosh. He does brilliantly to hold on to it for so long, doesn't he?
Yeah, but then he just touches, I think he touched Krichapon, and that sent him down. So Boonshu from 3 bikes down to 2 now.
It's a reminder, they are powerful beasts, these 600s.
Oh yeah.
You get something slightly wrong, the balance slightly wrong, you are in trouble. In the meantime, Andy Farid has lost P1 to Carolyn Powie.
And that's Nakarin through to P2. So him showing a little bit more. And championship leader by a fingernail, Helmi Asman in P3.
It is Nakarin, isn't it? Chip Nakarin, who pride of Thailand in this particular race. trying to stay close. Caroline Powie is not far behind as well. Great to see Powie back and fit. But Andy Farid, you made the suggestion you thought he'd figure just a little bit more prominently. He certainly made a super duper start.
Yeah, you can see that Ibrahim just touched Azroy and caused that problem for him. So was race winner yesterday that sent Azroy down. Sorry to say. Serious look there from Fahmy.
Kids in the background can't resist smiling.
Yeah.
However, back onto the racetrack, the serious stuff goes on.
Yeah.
Andy Farid has a lead of 3/10 from Helmi Asman and Nakarin Caroline Powie. 8/10 down in P4. Ratapong is keeping up with the pace as well. The Yamaha is just stay in contention, Ratapong. That'll be objective number one, just to try to get his season up and running.
Yes, for sure. So far, so good for him. And Andy looking pretty strong at the front there.
Nizam Iqbal is in P7. Ibrahim Noruddin has dropped down to P9, so clearly he was affected by that incident with Azroy Hakim, who I believe has got back on his bike and is racing.
Yeah, we didn't see the start line fireworks from Izam this time, but perhaps we'll see what he can do over race distance if he just turns down the aggression a little bit.
Andy Farid still leads the way. Race number 4 of the season. Helmi Asman leads the championship. Helmi Asman, by bike number 32, leads the championship by a single point from Ibrahim Noruddin. The likes of Caroline Powie on 42 points, Andy Farid Izdahar on 40, and Chip Nakarin on 39. They want to have a say in the agenda.
So at the moment we have a group of 5.
Glad to see he's watching our coverage.
Yeah, well, we have a group of 5 at the front, with Ratapong just about holding on to that, and Ibrahim adrift at the moment in P6.
And Galang Hendra also adrift, huh?
Yeah.
Galang down in P8. Yamaha's not quite up to racing speed, which means Ratapong is going to have to work exceptionally hard to stay on the tail of these front 4, and you can already see the straight line speed. He's just losing a couple of meters, which soon translate into tenths of seconds.
Yeah, Ratapong doing what he can to catch up under braking. Let's watch the next time round to see what he can do through the twisty sections. We know that Yamaha handles nicely.
But Andy Farid leads from Helmi Asman, 0.2 of a second. Chip Nakarin in P3. Caroline Powie in 4. Ratapong is being dropped. Ibrahim Noruddin's got himself up ahead of Pritchapon and Izam Iqbal. Irfan and Galang Hendra's struggling. Down into P10 now.
Yeah, not so good for him. And what has happened to Condonai? Don't think he's there.
12 seconds down, it's at the tail end of that group at the very, very best. Helmi Asman holding on. He wasn't part of the real leading group yesterday. 5th position. Ratapong Willerot going backwards.
Yeah, he just got well out of shape, and that has pushed him a little bit further back. He's going to fall into the clutches of fellow Yamaha rider and yesterday's race winner.
It's almost like he has to push too much to keep up, because he hasn't got the straight line speed. He has to try to do something a little bit special, and that just looked like he was pushing too much.
That's definitely right. You often see that on riders whose bikes are not quite on the pace. You often see them pushing a little bit too hard, losing time, and sometimes even crashing. But Ibrahim is on the move, so let's just watch his progress. He's currently he was 3.2 seconds off the lead. Let's check it next time. Andy Farid, for the moment, reasonably comfortable, but his fortunes changed at around half distance as tyre wear came into play. And by the way, it's the front tyre wear that's been more of a problem than the rear, according to the Dunlop tyre technicians. Dunlop running a brand new tyre to give more stability this season, but it's the one that's been causing problems so far.
Andy Farid has been leading from the get-go, but he's under a bit of pressure from Helmi Asman. as coming through into P3 is Chip Nakarin. Kip tries the switchback, doesn't quite work, so the positions remain the same. But you were just seeing that Ibrahim is closing in very definitely on the Ratapong. In fact, he's only 1/10 behind the Ratapong and will soon be in P6, P5.
There he goes.
There he goes, Ibrahim Noradin. He did this yesterday. Let the race come to him. Love that phrase, Barry.
The phrase of the weekend. And we'll have to pick a rider of the weekend at the end, Des.
Indeed. Well, Noradin will be a potential contender.
He's a candidate, as is Andy Fadley. So let's see what he can do.
Andy Farid tries to put himself into contention as Ibrahim Noradin, who started off in P7, dropped as low as P9 at one stage, has worked himself up through the pack, now into the top 5. And the differential between him and Chip Nakarin is about 1.7 seconds, but closing.
Yeah, you've got two groups of 2 now, distinctly so. With Helmi just cruising nicely behind Andy Farid. Both on Hondas, both on beautifully prepared Hondas. Not much to choose between them from a technical point of view. Let's see what the riders can do with the tyres.
Andy Farid is the horse, still holding on. As you say, it was around about mid-race that he began to get a little bit of tyre degradation.
Yeah, and Helmi had a job of catching up to do after a poor start yesterday, and that caused him problems. Because he probably shot his tyres while he was catching up, and there's another rider down.
That's Izam.
That's Izam.
Izam Iqmal. He isn't coming out. That's a deep gravel pit, and he walks away. That bike will need to be picked up and taken back to the garage for some repairs. An interesting weekend for Izam Iqmal. He's a young lad competing in this 600 cc's for the first time. Learning all the while. One lesson, not to go into the gravel traps.
Yeah, there's 2 crashes today. He had a heavy crash in warm-up, of course.
Andy Farid's lead by 0.2 of a second. They are increasing the lead over Khalid Mpawi. He's just posted a lap time of 2:10.4.
Yeah, but the colour purple at the moment belongs to Ibrahim Noradin.
It does, doesn't it?
Colour purple, for those of you without a timing screen in front of you, means the fastest so far in the race. And fastest speed top speed for Ibrahim Noradin, 262 kilometers per hour. Oh, that is quick. That's about 10 kilometers an hour quicker than anybody else.
Khalid Mpawi, in the meantime, tries to hold on. He's got himself a little bit of a gap ahead of Chip Nakarin. So that suddenly appeared. Ibrahim Noradin is now right on the shoulder of Chip Nakarin. Gosh, he's doing it. He's doing it again, Barry.
He is. Yeah, this seems to this is turning into his trademark. Yeah,
more than half the race to go. There's plenty of time for him as he comes up the hill. He knows this circuit so well, of course.
Yeah, and remembering that he started in P7, but yeah, this is home turf for him. I first saw him here in 2017 in the KTM RC Cup, and he was impressive then. Full of confidence, really fast.
Well, he's going to have a tow as well on the long straight, so we could well see him make a move into the top 4 in the next, I don't know, 500 meters or so. He's right on the tail there of Chip Nakarin, and he'll get the tow. We're looking at the battle for P4 at the moment. Andy Farid has been leading since the start. Helmi Asman has been dragged with him. Khalid Mpawi has tried to get there, and Ibrahim Noradin does indeed slide his way through to P4. Good switchback though. Nicely done by Chip Nakarin. It's not that easy, but he's up to P4, and Zulfami looks on approvingly, one suspects. Yesterday's race winner now in P4 and just 1.5 seconds down on the race leader. It was 3 seconds down, and at the front Helmi Asman's taken Andy Farid Izdar.
And we are just at half distance. So yeah, Helmi was pushing Andy on that last lap, and now he's converted that into P1. What can he do? He's looking pretty comfortable there at the front.
Well, Helmi did well to rescue a P4 yesterday, 13 points, which in a season of 10 races, every point matters. Oh, that's Ratapong. Frustrated with himself, tries to lift up the bike. As Kondanai and goes past him.
Also Ratapong's second crash of the day. He crashed in warm-up too. So he's trying everything.
He's the defending Thai 600cc champion, or the BRIC champion. But doesn't often translate, or doesn't automatically translate onto the Asian scene. Khalid Pawi has closed up on Andy Farid, and Ibrahim Noruddin has closed up on Karol Idampawi. That's a four-man race now. Chip Nakarin trying to stay on the end. We are approaching halfway. We're just actually beyond halfway of this race.
Yeah, Pawi now trying to have a nibble at the man in front of him, Andy Farid Izdihar. And you can see some daylight now. Let's see how that looks as they come on to the final straight before turn 15. Because Helmi Asman is looking quite good since he got past Andy Farid.
Again, eyes focused on the yellow helmet of Ibrahim Noruddin, as he's not close enough to make a move on Karol Idampawi, but he is right on the back wheel now of Kip.
And after this lap there'll be another 4, and Helmi will be conscious of the Jaws theme playing in the background from the red Yamaha, and trying to get away and not wanting to get up in get himself into a battle that could slow him down and allow Ibrahim to catch up, but Ibrahim's coming.
How easy is it to conserve tyres, to make sure that your tyres are good for the last couple of laps? Because nobody's been racing as such, nobody's been flying into corners, but nonetheless the tyre degradation will be consistent and constant.
Yeah, I think one of the clever things that Ibrahim's done so far in this race.
P3. Ibrahim inside Karol Idampawi for P3.
Yeah.
One or two nervous nails being bitten in the Bunchu Honda Racing camp there.
Yeah, he's on his way now into P3. And what I was going to say was one of the clever things he's done in the way that he's caught up is he didn't go nuts to catch up. So he conserved his tyres while just managing to go fast enough to get in touch with this group.
Helmi Asman leads. He's Malaysian. He knows this circuit very well. Andy Farid Izdihar has got tons of international experience, so he knows how to conserve his bike. He's also backed by the Astra Honda Racing team. So it's the Bunchu Honda and the Astra Honda, but it's the Yamaha of the SIC Racing, Ibrahim Noruddin, that is making those ominous approaches.
And behind those three, 2 former Grand Prix stars. So anything can happen.
Karol Idampawi hasn't been dropped. But you're looking at the top speed once again at 262.8 from Ibrahim Noruddin. His straight line speed is phenomenal. And he's going to close in on Andy Farid soon. Helmi focuses on just getting the right line. Andy Farid nice and tight, and Ibrahim slides off. Ibrahim Noruddin.
And there's a shock. I think he was just watching what was happening in front of him.
Well, that tells everything, that picture. Ibrahim Noruddin goes out of contention, having worked his way back into contention.
Let's just see what he does here. He's locked the front. There it is, it folds and down he goes. There was no way he could get that back, and he's off. So a less than perfect performance, and the storybook changes.
And you can almost feel the relief in the riders in front of him. And Karol Idampawi will receive a big boost from that as well.
Yeah, it seemed like they were holding their breath almost, waiting for Ibrahim to come through. So the fairy tale hasn't continued for Ibrahim. Helmi gets twitchy as they go through that section, and Andy Farid pushes. He's in better shape than he was at this point in the race yesterday, and Karol Idampawi just behind them. Nakarin again just behind, a second or so behind Karol Idampawi, so out of touch unless something goes wrong ahead of him.
Ibrahim Norin has got back up on his bike, and so he'll pick up at least 8 points, which again might be important. He'll be chasing Galang Hendra, but he's got a 5-second differential there, but that's further down the standings. At the moment, this is the battle for P1, and it is Helmi Asman and Andy Farid Izdahar going for it. They have been 1-2 right the way through this race. Khalid and Pawi in P3. Nakarin probably hasn't got the pace, will have to settle for 4th unless there's more mayhem in front of him.
Yeah, and I'm guessing now that their tyres are pretty much shot, but they've all been running at about the same pace. They're clever riders, they won't have shot their tyres by now, so it's just who can manage the worn tyres.
Going tighter is Andy Farid, using the camber of the corner. Going in with 2 laps to go is Helmi Asman. Helmi, a reminder, is the championship leader.
Just looking at the power battle, there are of course 3 Hondas in the front group here, so nothing to choose between them. Helmi Asman has got the slowest top speed so far, interestingly.
Just conserving the tyres, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Bike number 32 still leads. Andy Farid Izdahar, much more consistent from Andy Farid, who was fastest in qualification. He had a good first couple of days here and then fell off the pace in the first race yesterday, but very much back in position now. Khalid and Pawi looking for back-to-back podiums. A P2 yesterday.
Yeah, this is a good race for Andy. This is putting his championship hopes in a realistic space.
We're focused on the front 3. 4th is Nakarin, 5th is Irfan Ardiancia, 5th is Galang Hendra on the Yamaha, 6th is Kritchapon. Ibrahim is chasing Kritchapon and has 3 seconds to make up on Kritchapon if he wants to pick up 9 points for the day.
Yeah, if his bike isn't too badly damaged and it didn't look too bad, then hopefully he'll do that.
There was Ibrahim. He'll be kicking himself. He'll be fuming with himself.
Looks like the bike's in just about perfect nick. Who have we got coming through now?
And this is Ajroy Hakim Anwar, who crashed out as well. He's also got himself back up. May as well pick up points if you possibly can.
Absolutely.
We had to wait a long time. Patient camera work. Back up at the front, Helmi Asman leads the way. Andy Farid, oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be a fun last lap. Andy Farid moves to the front for the first time.
It could be that Helmi doesn't want to lead,
went
but
wide,
he's gone
and Helmi.
inside.
What's the drive out? And Khalid and Pawi might take advantage. Those two are scrapping.
To the line. Andy just got. Yeah, Andy had it that time.
Last lap.
And it's the next time around that counts.
They are just about level. Andy Farid and Helmi, and Pawi is back into the reckoning. In fact, Pawi is into the lead. Has he been leading before, Khalid and Pawi? Has he been holding himself back?
That's his first look at fresh air in front of him, for sure.
They come down the hill round corners 1, 2 and 3. Right-hander, and Pawi has suddenly powered away. Andy Farid hunkers down in P2. Helmi, for so long a leader, is now the chaser.
Coming into the last turn, who can tell?
Here is Kyril Idam, and still holding on.
Yeah. Yeah, you still can't call this. Look how tight that is, and Helmi's pushing at Andy Farid now. And they've still got some way to go.
Andy Farid was working very, very hard there. As Kyril Idam has
Helmi.
the lead, then Helmi makes a move back up,
1, 2.
up
Can he
the
hold
hill.
it?
Yes, Helmi Asman holds on, and there's 3 in a row there. And then Kyril Idam is able to hold on the inside. Helmi tries to switch back himself. Andy Farid, oh, this is going to be mazy right till the end.
Oh, who's going to... Helmi still holding it. Andy Farid taking a look. He's nice and close, and
It's down to this.
The decider is coming now.
Right, the chase is on. Who gets the toe? It's the lead for Helmi Asman. Andy Farrad goes wide, tries to take the inside line. Andy Farrad, can he hold on? Caroline Dampawi tries to come through on the inside, but Helmi Asman has got the line perfectly, and Helmi Asman is going to take the victory from Andy Farrad. Caroline Dampawi in P3. Superb corner 15 from Helmi Asman.
Perfect. Look how pumped he is with that win. And that's Irfan.
Irfan Ardiansa crashes out on the last corner.
Oh, a late tumble for him.
That's good news for Ibrahim, who'll come in P6. Galan Hendra in P5. Nakarin in P4. But Helmi Asman, well done. The way he dropped from P1 to P3, then they battled right the way through on that last lap, and he just held his nerve on corner 15.
That was the maturity that we're seeing now from Helmi Asman. Yesterday was disappointing for him. He gets congratulated there by Chip Nakarin and almost runs off to the grass in the process. But that was wonderful. Little stoppy for the marshal. That's wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff. Really popular rider, as you can see, Helmi Asman. Look at the joy on this rider's body language. Fantastic. Galang Hendra was, who was in 5th place, was 18 seconds off the lead. And there's undoubtedly a disappointed Ibrahim going through, but 6th place after slipping off is not a bad result. But it's not as good as this, as we see more fist pumping from the nice little crowd that's turned out here today. They've been rewarded by a nice little home win here.
Confirmation, Helmi Asman takes the victory by 800th of a second from Andy Farrad. Caroline Dampawi comes in P3, 0.4 down on the race winner. Chip Nakarin in P4. Then, after the slide off from Irfan Ardiansa, Galang Hendra in P5. Ibrahim Noureddin will pick up 10 points for P6. Kritchapon finishes the race, as does Azroy Hakim. Both had crashes earlier on. Irfan Ardiansa, he got back on his bike as well after sliding off on corner 15 to finish 43 seconds down. Kondanai will pick up points as well. Difficult weekend for the EAS team. Ratapong Gwilrat, he got up off his bike, off the floor as well, to finish in P11. Only Isam Iqmal, a non-finisher today. Well, that was a bit dramatic. And what a three-way battle it was going into that final lap, and up the hill in turn number 9. Absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, the slide off by Ibrahim did change the tone at the front. They suddenly looked lighter, and they stopped waiting their Super Kip, as he's known. Another good performance for him, good weekend for him. As we know, he's coming back from injury and problems, but he's been terrific this weekend. And look at that mono there from the race winner, Helmi Asman.
It's not only today, it really impacts the overall championship standings.
Yeah, he came into this race holding on by 1 point there, didn't he?
Yeah,
another selfie there. The marshal's holding up the number 32.
It's a 16-point lead he now holds going into Sugo, which is we will be visiting in August. A bit of news on that coming up in just a few moments' time. But it's a happy chappy Boonshu Honda Racing Helmi Asman. Stand up. Stand up if you like what I've done.
That's it. We definitely like that. That was brilliantly done against such high-quality competition.
It was a thrilling race. That last lap, those three, it was a thrilling race.
And understandably pleased.
It's his second win. He won race 2 in Buriram. He's won race 2 here in Sepang. He's had a podium, a P2 and a P4. So there's real consistency there.
Yeah, he came back well. He was a little bit quiet this morning in warm-up, but yeah, there he is. And Powie, he can be pleased with that too. No doubt he wanted to win, but he's done okay.
The Honda guys look a little bit happier now.
Yeah, they should do. See, best Yamaha finisher was 5th, Kiandra. There we are, waves and smiles.
Daniel is down amongst the ruck, but he's going to have to wait for a little bit of celebrations first. Andy Farid enjoying that P2. It's 20 points. It keeps him in 3rd place in the championship standings.
Yeah, an important 2nd place.
Okay, let's go down to Daniel, who is in the Parc Fermé.
We're down here at Parc Fermé with Khairul Idampawi. So, Kip, that was quite the maneuver at turn 15. I thought for a second that you were going to get the drive, but that was some flat track sliding out of turn 15. Talk us through what happened there.
Yes, from the beginning I was follow the front guy to learn something how they ride and how to they manage the tire. Compared to yesterday, I think yesterday more was the rear sliding sideways. And today I just try to save the tire and I try to attack in the last lap. I did, but I think I make it difficult. I take in the 12th corner and then I don't have so much speed to good exit, and they pass me again there. In the end, P3 for the team and for my small family is enough. Thank you.
Congratulations, Kip. And we're going to head to the 2nd finisher, Andy Farid Izdihar. So, Andy, a much better result than race 1 yesterday, and what a move that was to try and block pass for the win. But unfortunately, it was 2nd, but it was such a great race. Talk us through what happened there at turn 15.
Yeah, in the last corner was always tough. All the Malaysian riders very fast here. During the race, I follow, I analyze everything. That some part I was losing a lot, but I try to manage to stay with them. And yeah, I try to go, but cannot. So I just try to follow with them, to stay with them. And let's see what will happen in the last corner, because always nice to see the battle in the last corner. But yeah, this P2 on the podium was nice for me. But yesterday was unlucky. I had the problem my bike, but no problem. Can't wait to go in the round 3 in Sugo in August. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andy. And we're going to head to the race winner for the 2nd race of the Supersport 600, Helmi Azman. So Helmi, a much better result from in race 2 compared to race 1. This time, everything seemed to go to plan, and what amazing overtakes did we have, especially on the last lap. Was that already the original plan, or did you want to pull away earlier?
Yes, firstly I want to say syukur alhamdulillah and thanks to my team, Boost Your Honda Racing Team, because this weekend the team was working very hard for me. So yeah, this race I'm very happy because my plan, because Sepang here very hot, so my plan to follow and then last 4 laps I try to attack. Yeah, Andy also fighting, also my teammate Khairul Idampawi. So yeah, finally I finished P1. I'm so happy, and thanks to my family, sponsor, and all the supporter come.
Thank you so much, Helmi, and it's back to you, Des and Barry.
Race highlights of race 2 of the Supersport 600cc, round 2 of the Asia Road Racing Championship, and this would be a fabulous performance for Helmi Azman. Bike number 32 had the championship lead by a single point. Not so good for his teammate though, Azroy Hakim Anwar, who was just eased off the track at the very, very first corner. It soon developed though into a fascinating duel up the front, Barry Russell, between 4 racers who we've expected to be there. Khairul Idampawi was there, Andy Farid Izdihar was there, Helmi Azman, and belatedly Ibrahim Noureddin joined them as well.
Yes, he did just before his race finished. But this was a much more assured performance by Andy Farid in this race, and yeah, it was a really good race until it wasn't for Ibrahim. There you see as he stalked his way through the field and overcame Chip Nakarin. And you thought he was really going to catch the first 3, and I think the first 3 thought they were going to catch get caught as well.
Tough day for Cepung as it was, but Caroline Paui, he was chasing the leaders, but he was also overtaken by Ibrahim Noruddin, and then this happened.
Helmi came through, he tried to push, didn't he? And then down he went.
End of the race, and there was a collective intake of relief from the riders in front of him. So these three went on for the most magnificent last lap duel. Helmi's in third place here, and in my thinking, he's the least likely to win. Then he makes a great maneuver going up the hill at turn number 9, and is somehow able to hold on.
Yeah, but that wasn't the end of it by any means, was it? As Andy snaps across front, but then goes wide, and Helmi's got that line. He holds it so nicely. Nobody's going to get past him because the drive he got out of that turn was perfect.
Helmi Asman picks up his second win of the season and increases lead at the top of the championship standings. And onto the podium. Helmi will be the last one on there. Really good battle between those three. No wonder there's handshakes with each other. We'll talk more about the race after the national anthem. Very happy Helmi Asman. Prizes for today's race will be handed out by Masahiro Enomoto, the Managing Director of Idemitsu Lubricant Asia Pacific. Well, thanks to the sponsors as always, particularly Idemitsu, who are the sponsors of the Asia Road Racing Championship, or this round. Andy Farid Izdihar, second place for him. It's his second podium. He had a win in Boram race number 1 and second here, so maybe a return to form for him. He'll still be a contender in the championship standings. Tantri Dato Magzani bin Mahathir, the president of the Motorsport Association Malaysia, he hands out the prize to a fellow Malaysian, Helmi Asman. Well, we've seen two really good races in Supersport 600. Ibrahim yesterday was excellent. Stefan Karapier also hands out the FIM Asia president hands out the best team award to Bunshu Honda Racing. Two very different races yesterday, Barry, but two excellent races.
Yeah, they were. But what a wonderful battle we saw between these three at the end, and an intriguing game of cat and mouse before that. Photo time.
Mohammed Helmi Asman, Bunshu Honda, P1. Andy Farid Izdihar, Astra Honda Racing, P2. Bunshu Honda's Caroline Paui, bike number 89 in P3. Moving on to the overall championship standing, it's looking good for Helmi Asman. Bike number 32 is leading the whole standings. He's got a 16-point lead over Ibrahim Noruddin from SIC Racing. Andy Farrier just 7 points behind. There's 6 races still to go. There's still plenty of points. Caroline Pawi just 2 points behind him. Even Chip Nakarin, if he can turn his form round, isn't too far behind. Irfan Janssen, Galang Hendra and Azroy Hakim Anwar, 42, 37 and 24 respectively, completing the top 8. Well, more fabulous racing in the Supersport 600. Just one more race to come, I'm afraid, and then our entertainment is done. But what a race it promises to be. We've got the big boys. The Asia Superbikes Championship, the 1000cc, comes to your screens from the Sepang International Circuit after a very short break. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championship. A very warm welcome back to the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Round 2 is here at the Sepang International Circuit, just south of the Malaysian capital of Kuala Lumpur. Round 1 was in Buriram in Thailand. Now, for news on how the rest of the season is going to pan out in these COVID-affected times, it's very difficult to organise races, but we've got some news to bring for you hot off the press. Let's talk about where the next round is going to be.
Hi everyone, this is the end of Sugo International Circuit Japan. We are very happy to be able to hold the next ARRC at our circuit Sugo. Even in Miyagi Prefecture, where Sugo is located, it is very exciting to hold ARRC for the first time. We Sugo have been renovating for 3 years and completed in March of this year. Under the supervision of GK Design, a global design company, Sugo has been reborn as a very beautiful circuit in the harmony with the nature. Please enjoy the ARRC held on Japan at the first time in 3 years. Thank you.
So we would like to confirm that round 3 of the FIM Asia Road Racing will be heading to Sugo, Japan from the 12th to 14th August. This year. It's unfortunate that we cannot manage to host another date on the 1st or 3rd of July for the venue which was to be finalized. And ARRC would now proceed to Sugo immediately after Sepang, and an updated calendar will be announced shortly for the rest of the 2022 season. So on behalf of towards motor racing and the FIM Asia Road Racing community. We would like to thank very much Sugo Sportsland for hosting for the first time ever an international race in 15 years in Japan, and we hope it will be successful and it will be a mainstay for them. Thank you.
Okay, so Sugo is next, Japan is next. Better get my passport all ready and sorted out. Let's go down to the pit lanes where Daniel is ready to talk to one or two of the people ahead of this ASB 1000.
So join me at the grid with someone very special. It's Hafiz Sharin. Hafiz, first of all, what brings you back to the Asia Road Racing Championship today, and what do you make of the competition that we have?
I just have a time. I've been busy a bit these 2 days. I want to came here on Friday, but it's a bit busy for me to prepare my training for the next week. I have a race with bicycle, so and then also spend a bit time with the family. This is very important. I have a new baby, so now I came here to support all the people that I know a very long time ago, and that give me a support also here. And I've been in this championship for 3 years, I think, and then it's still a good championship and good environment, and they are improve every step or every single day that making this championship. And now we have a new category, is a 1000. I wanted to do wildcard here, but we don't have any bike for me, so it's a bit it's a bit disappointed for me, but it's okay. Next time, maybe have a luck or have an opportunity to race with them to share the experience. Even I have an experience, but I still need to learn the new things. Sometimes the new boys have a new experience that we didn't know. But anyway, I wish good luck to everybody, and to the Thailand rider, Indonesian, Philippines, all that came here for participate. And I hope I can enjoy I enjoy from the beginning that I came today. So hope everything went well and safe for everybody, and hope the people that came here enjoy the race and stay safe. And thank you so much to all the fans that still appreciate all the Malaysian rider.
Well, it's great having you back here, Hafiz, and we hope to see you on the grid sometime soon. And congratulations to you and your wife.
Thank you.
Back to you, Des and Barry.
Thanks very much. Yes, that would have been a nice wild card to have. Okay, let's get down to the race ahead. This is the race number 2 of the Superbikes. Let's look back at race number 1. Highlights from race number 1 of the ASB 1000, which took place at Sepang yesterday on Saturday. And the man on pole position, as usual, Zakwan Zaidi, but he didn't get off to the best of starts. Haruki Noguchi, charismatic 21-year-old Japanese Barry Russell, really is making some waves in the Superbikes world.
Yeah, he burst into the lead. He made a terrific start, getting past Zakwan. Kazma Daniel carried his front wheel for way too long on the rundown, so he gave himself a little bit of work to do. You can see him there, number 27 there in 4th place.
Kazma Daniel will have a big part to play in the story later on. He also, in qualification, just posted the fastest time very, very early on. Aslan Shah Kamrazaman, another disappointment for the BMW. The BMWs are struggling, it must be said. But the Yamahas of Apiwat and Anupap generally are having a good time. Generally, I say.
Well, there's 2 crashes in one race for
Yuki Ito, was it?
Yuki Ito, yeah.
Yeah, so Yuki Ito crashing out, but what it meant was that we had a 5-man battle at the Superbike level for P1. It was a superb battle as well. Haruki Noguchi, I know you like this kid an awful lot. He was aggressive, he took the lead, but he had some real talent behind him.
Yeah, I love his style and attitude, but yeah, he's such a good... most of all, what I like is what they brought into this championship. It's really fresh, really exciting, but there you can see he's just getting bumped down into 3rd place there by Apiwat Wongtananon, the Yamaha Thailand rider. Fast, aggressive rider, but by this time, Kazma is away.
Yeah, Kazma Daniel was fastest in qualification. He got himself ahead, so far ahead. We focused on the battle for P2 on the final camera. Haruki actually came round and actually just edged it, but Kazma Daniel won this one by a veritable country mile. It was a superb performance by him and by Haruki, but Zach Wanzadi managed to rescue 4th place, is top of the championship. But the men to look out for, Haruki and Kazma Daniel.
Definitely so.
That was then. This is now live. It's a smallish grid, but they've still got to negotiate this Cepung circuit. 15 turns, 5 left turns, 10 right turns. It's 5.5 kilometers long, just over 5.5 kilometers long. But on these bikes, they power around it, Barry Russell.
Yeah, and it's a wonderful circuit for super bikes. So challenging with the turns, the undulations.
Okay, let's go down to Daniel, who's talking to some of the riders who'll be involved on this wonderful circuit.
Thank you so much, Des. We are now once again at the grid of the ASB 1000 category, and we're at 4th on the grid with none other than a star performer, Haruki Noguchi. So, Haruki, I'm sure you've already noticed that for round 3 we're going to Sugo, and the first question I have for you is, have you ever been to Sugo? And can you tell us a bit about the circuit from the perspective of a rider, if you have?
About Sugo or
about Sugo?
About Sugo, Sugo is a nice track, but for me, it's most important is this race. If I win, I win this race and then I go to Sugo like more happy.
That is very true. And on top of that, okay, so I would like to ask, because yesterday we know that there was some tire issues. So have you changed the tires for this race?
No, same tire.
Same compound, both mediums, eh?
Yes. But we set up and also we change something. Maybe we will be better and maybe make a good pace.
Thank you, Ricky. We look forward to seeing you in the race. Now we're gonna head down the grid for a bit. Let's see who we can find. We're looking for. Here we go, Yuki Ito. Okay, let's have a chat with Yuki. So Yuki, yesterday was an interesting day for you. There was a crash and then the second crash. Can you tell us a bit about what happened in the second one? Because from our perspective, it was really unclear what happened.
Yeah, actually, fast crash, and my handle is more inside for the bike. So after going, I had a problem. So during turning, the axle not come back. So during full open, so I crashed. But today I almost improved the machine and me also. So I try to do my best. Let's do.
Thank you so much, Yuki, and we hope to see more of you. And now let's head a bit further back down. We're gonna try. I think let's see who can we pick out of this grid. I see one of the Ducatis here relaxing. So let's go and have a chat with none other than TJ Alberto. TJ, do you mind if we have a chat? Do you mind if we have a quick few questions? Yeah. So TJ, you're the only Ducati on the grid, and honestly, it's been a pretty good performance from you so far. What do you make of the Sepang International Circuit after 2 years of being away?
It's nice to be back in this track. Yeah, I'm the only Ducati on the grid, so it's a little bit difficult to have the data. But I think today we'll do a good race.
All right, thanks so much, TJ. We look forward to seeing you on the race. And now, last but not least, let's talk to the only Victor Racing bike on the grid. It's Ahmad Daniel Haikal. So, Daniel, it's been an interesting week. It seems like there's been a lot of learning for you. You mentioned earlier as well that you had to adapt to this bike once again. So how has it been so far, and how does it feel to have Victor Racing back on the grid?
I feel happy because Victor Racing come to Asia Racing round 2. So for now we are planning to continue the race in next round. And now I still adapt the bike. My target is to compete the other and follow the group.
Thanks so much, Daniel. So we'll head back to Des and Barry for the commentary.
Thank you very much, Daniel. He makes those cameramen work hard, doesn't he? He gets them running all over the grid. They're the fittest cameraman in the world. Right, Daniel Kazmiuddin. He's a fit young lad as well, and he was in fabulous form yesterday. It's been one heck of a weekend for Daniel, and we were making, or you actually said yesterday, looked to be such an impressive victory that something seems to have changed in him.
Yeah, it has. He's taken a step up. He looked a lot calmer. He didn't rush the race, and I thought it was just such an impressive performance. He was in the mix on Friday, but not dominant. But then in qualifying, he took pole position, and in the race, he had better pace than anyone else.
Zakwan Zaidi is not a man who will take a challenge lying down. Zakwan on P2. He was only 200ths slower than Daniel. But yesterday, a P4 for Zakwan. He didn't seem to have the same kind of pace. Alongside them on the front, no, that isn't the front row of the grid. This is the 1XOX team, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Aslan.
Aslan, yeah, so down in P10.
Yeah.
Right, he'll want to stay on the bike. He'll want to finish a race. He's had a dreadful season.
Yeah, dreadful season so far for the defending champion. He's got a great disposition, Aslan, but he's focused and serious now. And there is Apiwat Wongtanan on the outside of the front row. Fast, aggressive rider, and picked up a P3 yesterday.
Apiwat, yeah, picked up P3. He's second in the overall championship standings. Only 4 points off the lead. We don't often talk about Apiwat, but he won in Buriram. He maybe doesn't get the start because I always associate him. It's Apiwat and Anupab. He's never on his own, but he's a fabulous racer in his own right.
He had a P4 and then a win.
P4 and a win and a P3 yesterday.
At his home track, P3 today. We nearly always see him on the front row as well. He's a good qualifier, so don't rule him out to certainly be on the podium, but perhaps take a step higher. And there is his friend and colleague.
Joined at the hip, I tell you. They could be brothers. They're certainly teammates and very strong competitive teammates, and they work together. But Apiwat is currently in P2 in the overall championship standings. Anupab himself has had 2 podium finishes and a P5 yesterday, so he's not a million miles away. He's only 7 points behind Apiwat in the championship standings as the grid parade is finished.
Yeah, and as we've seen from the winner, he was on a Yamaha. The Yamahas are in good shape, going well on this circuit. Zakwan Zaidi, of course, will be having something to say about it, and so will the bike in white. You can see at the front there, just second from the right. Haruki Noguchi will have something to say about it too.
It's a 12-man grid. We'll run through the starters, the runners and the riders in just a few seconds. We're on board with Zakwan, I think we are, or Aslan. There is Daniel, the pole sitter and yesterday's race winner. Easy to pick out in the multicoloured red and yellow and orange, and he is on pole, a lap time of 205.205. Zakwan was 205.215 in second. Apiwat Wongtanan from Yamaha Tire Racing Team in P3.
And P4, Haruki Noguchi, we were just talking about. He'll spring another surprise today. Anupab Samun, P5, and on the outside of the second row, Yuki Ito.
Row number 3 is not too shabby either. Pasawit from the Astemo SI Racing with Thai Honda team in P7. Adam Noradin, who's a very capable racer for the 1XOXB on the BMW. He'll want the BMW to perform. And Gary Salim, teammate of Zakwan Zaidi for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa.
And rounding off the grid, our defending champion, Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman, Timothy Joseph, otherwise known as TJ Alberto, and Ahmed Daniel Heikel. A very welcome sight on the Victor Racing Yamaha YZF R1M.
You are quite right to point out Aslan Shah is the defending champion, but he's struggling. The BMW generally seem to be having problems. Not only the BMW of Aslan Shah.
Yeah, and looking at the tyre choices, Des, there are very few changes, but I'm just noting here that the 2 BMWs are running rather different setups. Adam Noradin is running a medium front and a soft rear, and Aslan is running a hard front and a medium rear.
Okay.
So different strokes.
but Kazma hard and a medium, same as yesterday. The Yamaha's going for the hard and medium, yeah?
Yeah, the two Gen Blue Yamahas both going for hard and medium, and the two Thai Yamahas going... they're both different. Medium and soft for Apiwat and hard and medium for Anupab.
This clearly is not an exact science.
It's not, and I asked the Dunlop boss Kentaro Kobayashi what he thought would be the right kind of choice, and he said, "I don't think it matters," because you've got all combinations there on the grid.
I suppose it's also how the rider, how hard they ride into the corners, what drive they're coming out afterwards. It is the
and different styles too, isn't it? There's Apiwat and Anupab have different styles. So do Adam and Aslan.
So does Zakwan. Zakwan is very smooth. So is Kazma. Right then, it'll be 12 laps of the track, the ASB 1000cc. As Aslan Shah Kamuzama, defending champion, gets into position. He's starting P number 10 as the green flag is dropped. I've not seen that before. Right, we wait for the red lights to go off, and we are underway. Kazma Daniel gets off to a poor start, and he is swallowed up by the group Tats twice in a row. Little shake of the head from Kazma Daniel. And Zakwan Zaidi and Haruki once again get off to a decent start.
This time it's Zakwan.
Zakwan leads in to corner number 1 as they come down the hill. Tricky little transition now from corner 1 into corner number 2. Kazma Daniel is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th from P1 to P7. Ouch.
Yeah, that was a worse start than he made yesterday for sure. And this time it's Zakwan that gets into the lead, being chased by Haruki, and Apiwat having an early look too, making his presence felt. And there goes the 21-year-old Japanese into the lead.
He doesn't wait for anybody, Haruki, does he? He likes to go for it, and Haruki has the lead.
He expects to win, and now Apiwat is through on Zakwan as well. So Haruki Noguchi, Apiwat and Zakwan lead the way.
Haruki's positions so far this season, 4, 3, 2. What comes next?
And well, just behind these four, Des, is Gary Salim, which is a good thing to see.
Quite right, he's not had the best of luck so far, Gary Salim. An absentee is the Ducati of Titipong Guaracorn, who's not in Malaysia. That means the only Ducati is that of TJ Alberto, who at the moment is just leading Ahmed Daniel Heikel in P11.
Let's take a look now. That's I think that's Adam Norridin through to P4, and trying to get in touch with these. It'd be good to see a BMW in the mix, wouldn't it?
Haruki leads. Zakwan is in P3.
Gary getting shoved back this time, I think, by Anupab. Wheelies out of that corner, so lost himself a bit more traction.
Here's the BMW of Adam Norridin, who's done very nicely to get himself up into P4. Goes just a little bit wide, but holds onto it. So Haruki leads, as we've seen so often before. There is Kazma Daniel down in P6. Dreadful start, and it really does hurt. It means he's dropped down 2 seconds, nearly 2 seconds, 1.8 behind Haruki Noguchi. That means he's got work to do just to catch up.
Yeah, and Apiwat came up so fast behind Haruki under braking, he almost hit the back, locked the front for a moment there. So he's now back in third. Zakwan took advantage of that.
Zakwan in P2. Second fastest in qualification, but my word, Haruki Noguchi has gone out like a house on fire.
He expects to win, doesn't he? He absolutely does. You could see that on the grid. You could see it in his disappointment at P2 yesterday. He really expects to win, and that win is going to come someday, and it might be this day.
Just 21 years of age, an aggressive racer. Zakwan has to hunker down. Behind him, you've got Apiwat Wongtananon on the Yamaha. Then you've got the BMW. The BMW would be desperate to get some consistent performance out of them. From Adam Norridin, because Kazma is in the far distance. Actually, no, he's just coming through, trying to get through Kazma. Not Kazma, sorry, Aslan Shah.
Let's take a look.
So there is on board with Aslan Shah.
Yeah, it's Aslan going around, yeah, that's Aslan going around Gary, and he's got Yuki Ito behind him, and that's Kazma on the back of that group.
We're on board with Kazma Daniel, bottom right of the screen. It shows how much work he's got to do to get in front. He's got Anupab in front of him. He's going alongside Anupab. Anupab's bike disappears just on the left-hand side on this long straight as they come into the hairpin at the end. Late on the brakes, and Kazma's made up one place ahead of Anupab and has slid into P5 and holds a nice tight line coming round. So he starts his recuperation work. 2 laps are being completed. He's moved up to P5.
Yeah, he's in touch. He gave himself some work to do, but he's getting on with it. And currently we've got a BMW in P3, which is good. See Adam Norridin coming through there. And yeah, he's looking pretty determined. He's just got knocked back, as I said that. Apiwat has taken P3 back.
From Adam Norridin, yes. But it's good to see the BMWs competing. Up at the front, it's the 2 Hondas of Haruki, who once again is being aggressive. This is the second real group. Gary Salem is being led by Aslan Shah. So the BMWs behaving themselves a little bit better today. They've had problems. They haven't really been able to work out what their problems are.
That's right. And Gary having a go. He's just got himself back in front of, who was that? Passawit, I think. That battle, yeah, it was Passawit.
It's the battle for P7. Passawit bike 123.
Yeah, 2 class rookies there, so that's an interesting one. Back at the front, it's a rookie leading Zakwan with Apiwat re-establishing himself in 3rd. And P4 is yesterday's race winner, making up for his poor start.
Back on board with Kazma Daniel. There is some work to do, but there's plenty of time. Unless Haruki is able to race away from him. He's setting a really good pace Haruki. His last lap time just outside 2:08. Zakwan at 2:07.9, the fastest so far. Sorry, Kazma's at 2:07.7, fastest of the race so far.
Yeah, interesting now at the front. Let's see what Haruki can do. He's got some little change. He was very focused.
Kazma's got himself up into P4. Adam Norridin going backwards on the BMW, so Kazma Daniel's recuperation continues. 2 laps to go. 5th last lap, 4th coming into this lap, and there's still 9 laps to go.
Yeah, he's got a wide tyre Yamaha just ahead of him, which will probably just get a bit wider. Good moment to have a look from the onboard camera on Kazma's bike.
That's the battle for P1 ahead of him. And immediately in front of him, he's got Apiwat Wantanan on. Just seeing there how close the knees are to the circuit. Right leg goes out, and Haruki once again aggressively attacks the corner.
Yeah, just looking at the spreading out a little bit here.
Adam Norridin just beginning to get dropped a little bit, and he's holding up Anupab Sarmoon behind him.
Let's see how this BMW can go the race distance, but this front 4 are starting to get away. And Adam Norridin has a job on his hands, and so does Kazma Daniel. Oh, well, he's just gone past Apiwat.
You said it yesterday, he's such a confident racer. He's got so much ability anyway, but now he knows, he believes himself.
Yeah, and Apiwat is no pushover, as we know.
Apiwat was just pushing then and maybe pushed a little bit. There was a little bit of a wobble.
He's giving it everything, yeah, and he's just lost some ground there after that, getting out of shape there. Adam is taking a nice little nibble at the back of that Honda.
So that's Kazma Daniel chasing Zakwan Saidi down this long straight once again.
Very good call by the production team to put the camera on this one in view of Kazma's poor start.
That's how tight they get to the camber. As they head down towards the start-finish line. It's P3, so from 6 to 5 to 4 to 3 as they go over the start-finish line. Zakwan will be his next target. Haruki has been leading since lap number 1, Haruki Noguchi.
Apiwat was caught back up, and so is Adam Norodin. But that could be BMW power on the straight. Let's see as they get through the twisties. Haruki looks good here. Wide line through there.
Bikes reaching speeds of up to 295 kilometers an hour, which is Gary Salim, who's down in P9. He's the man who set that particular time. But up at the front, Apiwat Wangtanan is still chasing Kazma Daniel in P4. Yamaha chases Yamaha, Honda chases Honda. Zakwan hasn't been able to make much of an impression on Haruki Noguchi. However, Haruki hasn't been able to get more than half a second clear of Zakwan. It's around about midway you begin to ponder about tyre degradation and how much work they're putting their tyres through.
Yeah, and if Zakwan is indeed holding up Kazma, that could be good news for Haruki Noguchi. See a gap there, and that group just stringing out a little bit behind them. Anupab still clinging on to.
Adam Norodin got through into P4 temporarily and then gets a good drive out of the corner. That's a good battle going on between Apiwat and Adam Norodin. When you're racing, you just use that tiny bit more rubber.
Yeah, and be interesting to see, as we still have more than 7 laps to go, how much rubber Haruki's using. I think we're going to Daniel.
Indeed, let's go down to Daniel Bugos in one of the pit garages.
So I'm down here at the Honda Asia Dream Racing paddock with none other than the team manager, Mr. Zuhumi. So we want to ask you, we know the Hondas are very strong. They're very strong all throughout the testings, and we know that Zakwan especially had amazing pace. Did you expect this level of competition from the competitors?
This race looked like he still struggle on the entry the corner. Depend on our race yesterday. So during warm up coming better, but we think still not good enough. You can see entry time. Zakwan not so confident on the bike.
Thank you so much, and back to you, Basandari.
So that's not great news. Struggling entry into the corners and losing a bit of time, holding up Kazma Daniel. It's not great news for Zakwan, it's great news for Haruchi, who during that little interview has increased his lead to over a second.
Yeah, he has. He was a man with a plan. As we saw how focused he was. Look at those eyes, as I mentioned, focus. I can't, my eyes are drawn to that helmet design. But yeah, this is interesting, and Zakwan's doing him a great service, his fellow Honda rider.
Not intentionally by any stretch of the imagination, but Zakwan is holding up Kazma Daniel, we suspect. Yamaha Genru Racing Team ASEAN winner yesterday. We are on board with him. This is Zakwan Zaidi holding him up, and in the distance, oh, Kazma's made a pass through on the inside and closes the door. There is no switchback. In fact, Zakwan is in danger of losing 2 places because Apiwat was trying to get through as well. So Kazma's made his move at last. But
so now we'll see, look at as they come round after turn 15. Let's see what the gap is this time and compare it with
he's gone wide, and Zakwan's able to switch back and retake it. The drive out for Kazma though is good, and the straight line speed is good, and maybe Zakwan was holding him up, or maybe not, because Zakwan has pulled out of the slipstream and he's retaken P2 ahead of Kazma, and Apiwat's come on, and Adam Norodin is there as well. The BMW is lasting the pace at the moment.
Yeah, I think the tyres may be struggling a little bit on that BMW. He got quite out of shape on the power as they came out of turn 15, but on that long drag to turn 1, he caught up again. Nice machine, that one.
There's the Kazma manoeuvre that got him initially into P2, but he's lost that place once again.
Yeah, which is more good news for Haruki, who had a lead of 1.8 seconds.
It's a big lead. That is a big lead. Although there is a long, long way still to go.
Yeah, just half distance now.
Sometimes the chasing riders, they need to work together as a peloton to get themselves back into lead contention. But they're so busy racing that it actually allows the man in front to get even further away.
Yeah, it's difficult to execute that plan. They're all fierce competitors. If they can, it's good. If one rider can just follow another and use them, but it's difficult. As Zakwan and Kazma fight it out at the moment for P2, and there's smiles in the SDG garage.
But there were smiles there yesterday, if we recall, and then it went a little bit pear-shaped. But Haruki Noguchi is doing his best lap at 2:07.5. That is quick. The lead is 1.8 seconds. It's a big lead. In fact, it's a full corner that he's got ahead.
Yeah, 2:07.5 was a fraction slower than the best time for Kazma yesterday, who was very clearly the fastest man on the track.
Wow, look at that. That is a big lead. Zakwan this time able to hold off Kazma Daniel in P2. Haruki Noguchi leads through there as the BMW of Adam Norodin tries to just take Apiwat Wangtananon. Can't get there. This looks more than 2 seconds now. This looks like he's increased the lead. It is now indeed 2.5 seconds.
He stretched out 0.7 of a second on one lap.
Big.
That's impressive.
A 2:08.5 lap for Zakwan Zaidi, competing with Kazma, who had a 2:08.8, a 2:08.7.9 for Haruki.
Yeah, Haruki's top speed, 2:89, that's just about the best. He was a little faster yesterday in a straight line, but today he's got more things going in his favour. As we just look at Anupab Samoon, who we haven't mentioned too much, but he's performing really well in 6th place and doing what he often does, which is just lurking behind the leaders so that he can take advantage of any mistake in front of him.
So long as you're in contention coming into the last couple of laps, that's what it's all about. But none of this little group are what you would call in contention. 2.5 seconds is a huge amount for Haruki if he is to lose it.
Yeah.
This is such an advantageous position.
Yeah, from Kazma again. I think he went offline then. So, which is a good example of how they hold each other up. Zakwan defending, Kazma going offline, trying to get around him. All good news for the man in front, the 21-year-old Japanese reigning All Japan Super Sport champion. So, new into this series, new onto Superbikes, and leading this race just over half distance by 2.5 seconds.
In the overall championship, Zakwan Zaidi had 58 points, Apiwat 54, Haruki 49. So Haruki within 9 points coming into this race of Zakwan Zaidi. This would, if he gets a race win here, that would really help. Further down, Aslan Shah is in P8. He's just overtaken Pasawit Tidabarak to move into P7 actually. But Pasawat tries to go on the inside.
Yeah.
What's the differential? It's 2.8. That gap has gone up even further, Barry Russell.
Yeah, it has. He can pace himself now at the front. So yeah, 4 laps left. That's 1/3 distance. 2.8 seconds.
This is the defending champion, Aslan Shah, down amongst the mere mortals. And this is the new top men. Zakwan Zaidi P2, Kazma Daniel P3, Apiwat Wangtananon for Yamaha Tyre Racing 4, Adam Norodin on the BMW P5, Anupab Samoon P6. That little group of 5 are busy racing while Haruki is going further and further and further away.
Yeah, he can afford to pace himself now. I know he's only 21 years old, but I think he's got sufficiently mature head on his shoulders to pace himself. So he conserves his tyres. There's still quite a lot of race track to ride around as we take a look at the leader, the SDG Honda, beautifully prepared. We were talking yesterday, Des, about how calm everybody in his pit box was. They allowed themselves to crack a smile. Best lap 2:07.5, so yeah, that's quick.
So he can be lapping 2:08.5 comfortably and still do it.
Yeah.
So he can virtually lose a second from his best time, which means effectively a mistake a lap.
Yeah, it's his race to lose now.
Oh, it's a track all of his own. He's in Sugo already. The rest of us are still in Sepang. Haruki Noguchi leading the way. 3 laps to go. Zach Wansadi under pressure from Kazma, who got past him once but was then quickly overtaken once again. Apiwat and Adam and Anupam are all just lurking, as was the lovely word that you used, and it's quite apt.
Yeah, it's true. Apiwat just needs to get a bit closer to Kazma and perhaps try to disrupt him a little bit. Adam Norodin, have to say, on that BMW, which has struggled, he's doing a really good job there in fifth place.
That was Aslan and Yuki Ito under pressure from Gary Salem. Yuki Ito P9, Gary P10. TG Alberto, he's still out there, as Ahmed Daniel Heikel. They'll just be getting as much experience as they can, getting the Ducati through. And the Yamaha for Ahmed Daniel. But this man is racing away with it.
I think I'm right in saying that Haruki's previous visit here was in the Asia Talent Cup, and it's a very different machine to ride around here.
Probably half the pace, half the speed.
Yeah, different characteristics, everything, different lines.
Let's look at his form though. How is his form? Is it still good? Is it still strict?
Oh, he's looking tidy. He hasn't got out of shape.
Kazma makes his move, coming up the hill once again.
But Zakwan's coming back at him. They're still playing the game that Haruki wants them to play.
And he closes the door to stop the switchback coming in from Kazma, but Kazma manages to get through anyway. What kind of a drive does he have out of the corner? Not good enough, but Zakwan is there. They are competing. They've forgotten about Haruki. Haruki's got this race won. This is a battle now for their own personal pride and for P2. Oh, Kazma has to stand up.
Yeah, aggressive move by Zakwan. That's a proper race for P2 there. And that will have helped Apiwat somewhat.
Zakwan in 2, and Apiwat will have seen that, and Apiwat, he devours opportunities. And the BMW of Adam Norodin goes in, but and Norodin's now up to P2 with 2 laps to go.
That was a nice little ambush. He made up 3 places.
Didn't have the straight line speed, couldn't hold on to it, as we're on board with Kazma. There's where he, ooh, that's close.
Yeah, that's what made him sit up. And now he's got Adam behind him, so that's a new rival, a new something new to listen to.
Kazma's dropped down to P5. Kazma was chasing a P3, looking for a P2, and just went a little bit wide, got mugged as Apiwat goes through into P3.
Yeah, this is really fascinating now. You can see Apiwat running again, that soft rear tyre, but it's lasted race distance okay because he's got plenty of speed now.
Apiwat Wantanam. He's third. We just saw a little glimpse there of Haruki Noguchi racing his own race. This is where our focus is, which is rather unfair on this man because he is waltzing away with this. This lead is now 4 seconds plus. He's just metronomically done what, 2:08.3s. So a 2:08.5 is good.
Yeah.
As Kazma loses, or just gets a place back ahead of Apiwat.
Mistake from Kazma, and very much the possibility of a BMW on the podium. That would be a good sight.
That would be a real surprise as well, because they've underperformed, under-delivered. Not the racers, but the machine. So to get the machine back on track and get another manufacturer very competitive, really would be good.
Yeah, Apiwat dropping off there. I think this is all about how you can ride with worn-out tyres.
Well, we ignore Noguchi because he's gone through. Norodin in P3. Oh, he's gone very wide.
Zacwan's got a problem. He had a gear change problem going into the corner there. You could see his foot flapping on the gear lever. He couldn't find the gears.
You could see him flapping there, and Kazma Daniel can get close as well. Luckily, he's got the pull down the main straight, but there he is. Look at this. The foot's going.
You can't find the gear.
That's a bit scary.
Yeah, but what a recovery.
They just must calculate things so quickly. I've got a problem. Here's my way out of it, and he's got his way out of it, but the BMW is still in P3 of Adam Norodin.
Yeah, he was P2 as they crossed the line, and the gap to Haruki was 4.3 seconds. And we're on the last lap.
We are. So Haruki Noguchi is almost certain to pick up his maiden ASB 1000 victory. This is the battle for P2, and what a battle it is for P2. There's our race leader, Zacwan, followed by Adam, followed by Kazma Daniel on the Yamaha. The Honda leads.
Totally different race to yesterday, and it's going to be really interesting to see how this podium battle shakes out.
Adam Norodin just slid and took a different line to everybody going up the hill at corner number 9. The BMW has really stuck to his guns. That's beautifully done. There's the gap between the race leader and Haruki Noguchi on the Honda, being chased by Zacwan, but in a distant chasing. And they are looking very confident that there's going to be a first victory for SDG Motorsport Targ Pro.
The team boss has got an exhaust pipe ready to wave at him as he comes across the line.
Please don't drop it. Right then, Haruki Noguchi, what a performance from him. Battle for P2. Kazma Daniel's gone past Adam Norodin. Adam Norodin through the inside. The victory goes to Haruki Noguchi. P2 goes to Zacwan Zaidi. Adam Norodin on the BMW. P3, Kazma 4, Apiwat and Anupam. Hugs galore for SDG, but what a performance from Adam Norodin's BMW as well.
That was fantastic. Fantastic to see the BMW on the podium, and fantastic to see the calm in Haruki Noguchi's pit suddenly disintegrating into jubilation as he crossed the line there. Look at that. Very well deserved. It's been coming ever since he arrived at Buriram for round 1, and look how excited he is now. Compare that with the disappointed body language we saw yesterday as he lifts his hand and his eyes to the heavens. Wonderful stuff from Haruki Noguchi. He was untouchable there once he got away. He said he had a plan. He said he was focused on this race in Sepang, and he's just done it. He's delivered for himself, for his sponsors, and grins here from the 1XOX team. They're delighted as well at what Adam did with that BMW. Let's take a look at the eyes there. He's looking kind of calm, but so delighted with that win.
The eyes have it. They take the victory. Haruki Noguchi, 4 races at ASB 1000, a P4, a P3, a P2, and now a P1. 4 seconds clear of Zacwan Zaidi, who was 4/10 clear of Adam Norodin on the BMW. Kazma Daniel 4th, Apiwat and Anupar 5th and 6th, joined at the hip. Aslan Shah Kamruzan, a good day for the BMW in P7. Hatsawit for the Estimo SI Racing Team, Honda in P8. Yuki Ito, P9, Gary Sale in 10, TJ Alberto finishing the race, as did Ahmed Daniel Heikel. They were down in 11th and 12th, so everybody completed the race, but at the very front, you mentioned it, we've got a new star, Haruki Noguchi.
We have indeed. And it's come fast, isn't it? 4-3-2-1. So we remember, maybe he needs a new race number now, but he's happy with that. And you could see just the excitement and the joy of his crew as he crossed the line there.
and he just pulled away. I mean, while everybody else was behind him was racing, once he got into the front, he incrementally improved, but he was metronomic in his lap times. 2:08.5s, 2:08.4s right the way through. A best lap time of 2:07.5. That was early on in the race. Thereafter, he just made sure he was on the mark every time.
Yeah, without a doubt, the scrap behind helped him, but he really made the best of it. Perfect race from Haruki Noguchi, and a great race too from Zakwan Zaidi. His bike wasn't in perfect shape. We heard his teammate, his team manager, sorry, talking to Daniel and saying that he was struggling with corner entry. There's Kazma Daniel. He's picked up a fair few points this weekend, so not a bad weekend's work for him. Pasowit now coming into pit lane. He made good progress in terms of his lap times and performance. Kazma is going to be disappointed, but he did everything he could on that occasion. It wasn't all quite coming together. Congratulations from the Malaysian marshals there, as Zakwan comes alongside him to congratulate him too.
Marshals have done a good job. We had a red flag race earlier on in the day in the TBS, and they were rapidly on the scene. Been a few incidents where they've been sorting themselves out, but well done also. To get BMW back onto the podiums is great, and Adam Noureddin gives praise and gives thanks where it's due.
That's it. You can see what that means to the team. It's just one podium out of 4 races, but they've come from a difficult place, so this is really good to see. Yeah.
Like that, good celebs, good camera work.
Excellent.
P2 for Zakwan. He's had, by his standards, a very ordinary weekend, but he's picked up 33 points and leads the championship still by 4 points. And we kind of write him off because our expectations of Zakwan Zaidi are so high. His teammates, his team though, know everything about him, and he's suggesting there's maybe a problem with the bike.
Yeah, problem with the bike, and he brought it home in P2 after a titanic battle.
But there's our race winner. Bike number 73, 21 years of age. This is going to be a season that I can see going right the way down to the final race on the 20th of November in Buriram.
Yeah, there will be some answers. He's just knocked Nasha over. That's so mean.
We're not laughing, promise you.
Nasha will bounce back up. She's cowering at the moment. That's one of the media team there, who's always amongst the action. She just got knocked off her feet then by the race winner, but she's still smiling.
Congratulations from Zakwan. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, good recognition from Zakwan of what he's just, what Haruki's just achieved.
P2, championship lead by 4 points. Sugo Japan is next. New challenge for Zakwan. I'm not sure Zakwan will have ridden it. That might give Haruki a bit of an edge if he knows about the circuit in Sugo.
Yeah, and I gather some renovations to the track, so it's going to be new probably for most of them.
Okay, let's go down to Daniel and see what words of wisdom we can get from Adam, Zakwan and Haruki.
So we're down at Park Ferme with the man who finished in third, Adam Noureddin. What a finish to round 2 has been after such a tough round and such a tough weekend it's been. And it's a huge reward for you and your team. Tell us what happened in that last lap battle.
Wow, it's really high race and quite long. Especially in the big group. I know this guy quite good experience. Everybody been on the podium. You know, we are really tough. From first round, we are nowhere. And even in the beginning of this weekend, we are like losing our energy. But you know, the weekend is strong enough. Even yesterday is really hard race. But today we just give everything. I want to say thank you so much to all the team. Really put 110% effort for this weekend. All my family to come here and all the support. Thank you so much. And this is just the beginning for us. For sure, more to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adam, and congratulations once again to you. Now in second place, we're waiting for the photos to be taken. And Zakwan Zaidi there, still in the middle of taking photos. We'll wait for him to come in front of us and have a little chat with us. So Zakwan Zaidi, first of all, congratulations on an amazing finish in second. But I must say, it must have been hard seeing Haruki that far ahead. But it hasn't gone all the way right, but still, you managed a second. Do you think that you can do a bit better for the next round?
I just want to say syukur alhamdulillah. It's very nice to be on the podium. And I'm happy today. Even I was very struggle. From race 1 until now still struggle. But maybe for me, maybe my spirit also, all my fans coming support me. I try my best to on the podium. I know Noguchi was strong in the first beginning, but I try to learn. I try to follow him. But until the middle of the race, I feel bike feel difficult. Also, almost front side, I almost every corner lost side. And okay, this time I try to make some podium and try to make strategy and finally work. And I want to thank many thanks to Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa and every support. Also my fitness Part 1 Academy also make me more stronger. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zakwan, and congratulations to you on an amazing second place. And the race winner, none other than Haruki Noguchi. So Haruki, can we finally talk about Suguno that you have won? And after you've done that, do tell us about this amazing victory that you've had.
For me, yes, I'm very, very happy. And I want to thank you very much my team and my sponsors because of the yesterday for us little bit difficult for the race, but now we coming strong. So now I make a good pace and I could win. So I'm very happy and I'm very looking forward to next go round. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Haruki. Thank you so much. Back to you, Dad and Barry.
Race highlights from race 2 of the ARRC 1000cc race, round 2 of the season. And Haruki Noguchi, bike number 73, getting off to a solid start in P2 behind Zakwan Zaidi. Kazma Daniel on pole, having a bit of a nightmare start, and that would affect him throughout the whole race. But once Haruki Noguchi got his way into the front, Barry Russell, there was only ever really one winner of this race.
Yeah, he stretched the lead as soon as he got into the front. Zakwan didn't have an answer. He had a lot of riders behind him, snapping at his heels. That's the most kind of shattered that I've seen Zakwan looking after a race, actually.
And he did say he had to work really, really hard. Behind him, Kazma Daniel on the Yamaha Gem Blue. He'd never truly recovered from that poor start. You can't lose 7 places off the grid and expect to just go on and win.
Yeah, because it takes so much to catch up. It takes a lot out of the tyres. And the rider. I think the rider's okay, but the tyres probably didn't quite have enough to sustain his campaign. But here we go, Haruki Noguchi.
He just increased his lead. He was metronomic in how he did things. At one stage, Kazma got up to P2, but wasn't able to hold onto it, and Zakwan worked really hard to win that back. So Zakwan would hold on to P2, but there was a titanic battle going on between Zakwan in the red and Adam Noureddin in the green here, bike 72 on the BMW. Nobody expected the BMW to perform as well as it did.
That's right, and Apiwat Wongtananon was in the mix as well, causing trouble as he usually does. Anupab lurking behind, but there was no advantage for him to pick up. There were no mistakes. This was impressive at the end by Adam.
It certainly was. Kazma going just a little bit wide. Adam Noureddin takes the tight line as the win goes for Haruki Noguchi, his first in 1000cc. Zakwan takes a hard-earned second, and the third for Adam Noureddin on the BMW. But all the hugs for Team SDG. And onto the podium very quickly, and applause. Adam Noureddin is thrilled to bits with his day's work. Zakwan tired after his day's work, and a Japanese national anthem for the first time today on the podium.
The national anthem of Japan.
He's had a haircut as well, hasn't he?
Yes, he has, yeah. And his body language is very different on the podium today, Des.
Certainly is. Masahiro Enomoto, Managing Director of Idemitsu Lubricant Asia Pacific, presenting to the three in podium. Adam Noradin first, Zakwan Zaidi from Malaysia also in second, and then the race winner, his compatriot, as in Mr. Enomoto's compatriot, Haruki Noguchi.
And we would like to invite Mr. Stefan Parapia, the FIM Asia President.
Best lap time 207.574. Moves to second in the overall championship standings. Stefan Parapia, the FIM Asia President, will present to the team award to SDG Motorsports Hawk Pro.
The CEO of Cepung International Circuit, and Ron
This time they've had that award as well.
Motor Racing for a photograph.
And then the final photo opportunity for the night. All the great and the good of the Asian Road Racing Championship make their way onto the podium. It's been an excellent 2 days racing, or 2 days competitive racing at Sepang. We move on to Sugo next. We'll confirm the confirmation of the calendar in just a second. But congratulations to Haruki Noguchi, his first ASB Superbikes 1000cc victory. What does this do to the overall standings? Well, I can tell you it moves Haruki Noguchi into second place onto 74 points. That is 4 points behind the championship leader, Zakwan Zaidi, who has 78. Apiwat Wangtanan on 65, who is 8 points clear of his brother-in-arms, Anupab Samoon, on the Yamahas. Kazma Daniel, good weekend for Kazma. Maybe frustrated to come P5 today, but 48 points for him. Adam Noradin moves on to 44 points. Pasawit on 36. Gary Salim, Zakwan's teammate, on 30 points. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, the defending champion, level with Yuki Ito, both competitive to the end. Titipong was an absentee from Sepang this weekend. TJ Alberto getting the better of Ahmed Daniel Heikel from Victor Racing Team. 13 points to TJ on the Ducati. So we've had Buriram, we've now had Sepang, and next we move on to Sugo, the Sugo Sportsland, which is a new one for us. Then we move on to Zhuhai International Circuit, we hope in September, before the season ends at the Chang International Circuit in Buriram on the 19th and 20th of November. In the meantime, from Barry Russell, a big thanks. Quick thoughts, quick memories of the weekend, Barry?
So many great performances. Ibrahim Noradin yesterday, wonderful performance, and all weekend, Andy Fadley.
Rider of the weekend?
Rider of the weekend, Andy Fadley.
Andy Mohammed Fadley in the 250cc. Thank you for your company. From Barry Russell, myself, Des Corkill, and the team behind the scenes. It's been our pleasure to bring you the Asia Road Racing Championship Round 2 from the Sepang International Circuit. We'll see you in Sugo in August.